Man, I love these songs. They're so good. Shout out to Sharp Motif, Mifune, Purple Cat, all of the ones in this playlist from Slipstream. They are amazing artists. Anyway, hello, and welcome to another One Lion of Code. I am One Lion, and you are all amazing. Thank you so much for being here. As you can tell, I'm still having the lag issue with automated roams, and it's doing this kind of weird thing where it's not quite, just not quite. I reverted back to a previous version of the TextGen installation that I had before, where automated roams was working a little bit better. Not like fantastic, not like the best AI LLM you'd ever encounter, but it was doing better than it was with the newer version of TextGen and the instruction template and all of that fun stuff. But in any case, it's there. Definitely feel free to play as much as you want. I have no idea why it's still responding, because there were only two. Maybe there were three. No, there were only two ats and replies, right? Yeah, there were only two, so I don't know why it's still replying and saying stuff. Hello, Tyrant. Rain is... Thank you, Tyrant. I agree with you wholeheartedly. It is my favorite weather. Yeah. Hope you're having a great day. We are going to jump in, looks like. And what we were working on yesterday was pretty much cataloging all of the work that needs to be done in RTRAC in order to be able to pull in the data import utility. I don't know why I jumped way over there. Wird, ja, das ist wird. So I really am curious though, why is my... Actually, I want you to be top right. Why is my IIS servers, when they're on the same network, same firewall, same everything? But it doesn't really matter, does it? Not really. Dude, and what's up with you, YouTube? You good? You good? Not people on YouTube. Sorry, I'm not directly addressing people on YouTube. I am addressing the stream. It is behaving interestingly. Look, my settings look fine. Don't know. I do want to, because I wasn't able to get to it this morning, I want to update the thumbnail and the description real quick for 58, episode 58. Episode 58, he says. Not really episodes, are they? Anyway, I might be talking a little quieter, but hopefully my mic volume is picking it up just fine. I'm really struggling to find the will to kick in that unlimited well of energy that I keep saying we all have access to, but all it takes is that small spark to dip into it and it's there. I just don't want to. I was a little off with my guesstimate of what the quote would be. I was only short $4,000 to $6,000. And so I wrote him back this morning and I'm like, yeah, I don't have the budget to spend on this project. So I'm gonna pass. I just outright said no. They were indicating that the hail damage and the reparations and repairing it would cost around $22,000. It's like, are you guys going to replace the whole roof for a few scratched shingles? I mean, I'm sure more goes into it, because it's like telling a developer, is it really going to take you that much time to implement this little easy feature? I'm sure there is a lot more to what needs to be done, but $22,000 worth of work for that? I don't know about that. And I don't really want to add a monthly payment, especially with my insurance premiums going up already. So I passed on it. And I will see if I can get a second opinion. And maybe a lower estimate, a lower quote. That was quite a bit of a shocker. And now I like have in the back of my mind this worry that he's going to report it to the insurance company, and the insurance is going to void any future work that needs to be done if there is actual damage that happens to the roof because I didn't take care of this, and blah 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 blah. And it's a cycle that I am trying to be mindful of and breathe through and not put as much attention on, but man, is it loud. I even have a bit of a headache from it too that wants to come out, but I don't want to have a headache, so no headache. All right. That said, let us continue. So, obviously, hello, Jeff Devney. Jeff Devnell? Yeah. Hi, Jeff. Hello, Thindle viewer. Yes, absolutely. Love Thindle's streams, and definitely enjoy his content. So hello, fellow Thindle user. I said Thindle user. Thindle viewer. You're a Thindle user. How dare you? Oh, man. But yes, I saw Dukasoft and TVD Gamer. TVD had a fantastic stream this morning. He got quite a bit done. And now he is trying to figure out which direction are we going? Where are we going to go next? What are we doing next? Thindle, more utility than I imagined, says TPD. True. Being the utilitarian, pseudo-utilitarian, man, my head is really starting to throb now that I'm talking. Pseudo-utilitarian, I kind of view Thindle as a resource on occasion, with a little bit of not feeling very good about that, but at the same time, he is a really good resource. So use him. I'm sure he appreciates being used in that way, as a knowledge base, as an experience base, as wisdom. I'm pretty sure he likes it. And has consented to it. But if we need to, we'll get explicit consent from him directly. TBD says going to do a planning meeting, hopefully this weekend with my team. See if I can brainstorm some stuff for the next couple of months of Liquid Sky development. Awesome. Jeff says he's an MVP, so he's supposed to be used as a resource. I guess, yeah. I don't know if that's really what you're signing up when you accept MVP status, but yeah. I'd rather get explicit consent. SSC. Okay, so RTRAC. I did not this morning go through and log the items into Azure DevOps because I was working on the Amazon AWS S3 stuff. Are you laughing because you know what SSC stands for? Dukasoft says, Thindle calls my website snappy. I've added approved by Thindle to the front page. Yes. Oh, you were laughing at Dukasoft's comment. Cool. Good. You shouldn't know what that means. So RTRAC, for those of you that are new to the stream, is an application for labs that we send soil, water, and air samples to enter the results of the analysis they perform on those samples. And so what we're doing is we are bringing that application from a .NET Framework MVC application to Blazor using .NET 8 currently. I would use .NET 9, but I was struggling with getting my auth library to work with .NET 9. I am interested in trying it anyway. A simple CRUD-like app. Very simple. Super simple. Oh yeah, you are new to the stream, aren't you, Jeff? So if this is your first time actually seeing the products that we work on. So I am a developer that works for the Rocky Mountain National Wildlife Refuge. They are a location that was once the Rocky Mountain Arsenal, a place where chemical weapons were manufactured a long time ago. And in time, they didn't need to use the chemical weapons for World War II. So after all of the conflict and everything settled down, we started taking apart the weapons that we created and breaking out the non-volatile parts and disposing of those safely, taking the volatile parts and burying them underground. Which was a great idea for the environment, obviously. So there were, I guess, like I keep saying this story in the partially wrong order. At some point, like that was the procedure for safely disposing of volatile components. Just have blown it all up. Yeah, that might have had a less lasting effect. A shorter lasting effect, I don't know. But that was the way to dispose of volatile chemicals, is to let the earth process it little by little and use its natural processes to take care of it. But another thing that happened close to the same time is that they demilitarized part of the arsenal. So this is what the arsenal looks like currently, or what the refuge looks like currently. We'll get to that part very quickly because I don't want to spend too much time on this. So they demilitarized a part of it, sold it to a pesticide manufacturing company. That company built their factory. They were manufacturing their pesticides, but the way that they would dispose of their hazardous chemicals was to dump it into the water. Just let it flow into the water because that was the easiest way for them to do it. Excuse me. So that, in combination with the buried chemicals in these metal vats that could rust and leak and whatever else, that caused a massive environmental hazard, environmental disaster in this area that was causing crops dying, animals dying, being born with multiple heads. Lots of people were getting cancer from all of this stuff. Yeah, sounds like a before 2000 solution. Absolutely was. So this was from 1938 through around 1950s, 60s. So the EPA came in and said, you guys need to clean all this up. It became a Superfund site. They did a lot of moving irradiated soil out, moving the containers, doing a better job of disposing of the chemical the volatile chemicals and stuff, but the damage was done to the environment, to the area. So they kept up this effort, cleaning, monitoring, lots of reporting all the time. So every single document that was generated between about early 1960s until now, documents are still being generated, are stored in one of the applications that I maintain, which is called the Digital Document Management System, DDMS. And that one is used for viewing all of our historical documents as well as all of our new documents for reporting, for just everything that we track. Everything that had a document generated for it is in this system. So that's one of the applications. Another application is the one that is used for entering water flows. Another one is one that's used for monitoring all of the treatment facilities that were put up around the edges, as well as out in Commerce City, in the surrounding city. We have wells and treatment systems in place so that we can continually monitor, make sure that there are no volatile chemicals getting in the water system that are left over from way back then. In fact, they did such a good job of cleaning up the environment that they opened up the arsenal as a wildlife refuge. And now we host a billion different types of deer, bunch of buffalo, billion types of birds, black-footed ferret, which is an endangered species that we're rehabilitating, and tons of prairie dogs and such. So the applications that are left over are the ones that are essentially for tracking and reporting that everything is still clean. We do have the National Wildlife Associate, what are they called? Fish and Wildlife Service. We do have fish and wildlife that live on the arsenal as well, that are licensed professional government fish and wildlife people. So we do studies, we do science on the wildlife that's there as well. So absolutely yes. Tyron said, I have a question, however. Is there an end game, a time in which they say, great, we did it, we recovered, as long as we don't do that dumb stuff again, we're done? Now, the thing that is not going to end is continual monitoring that things are done. So right now, Army still owns the contract and the responsibility for the National Wildlife Refuge, but the primary contractor is Navarro. So, which is a non-federal organization, corporation. So they hold the prime contract, and then I am subcontracted to Navarro directly as an independent contractor. Yeah. Okay. Then they shut down and go home. Yeah. So I don't see that happening. I see Navarro or some prime contractor, regardless of who it is, but some environmental engineering contractor constantly maintaining and monitoring the wells and the treatment plants and the systems involved. TVD says, we're humans. The dumb stuff is always just around the corner. True. And then Jeff responded to Tyron saying, I don't think that will be in the next 100 years. True. And cool. So you do wildlife management too. Yeah. So forgive the styling of the applications. While I am a full stack developer, my strengths are in functionality type of programming. So middle tier type, where the thing that I care about the most is, let's have the user push a button, the application does all of this complicated stuff and gives them something easy to interact with, and something that is responsive and works well and does what they're expecting. I'm getting better at UI UX, but still have a long way to go for it. But here are some examples of our applications. I haven't shown this one very often, so I'm going to this one. We have Vegemon. I was like, is it not? Oh, right. And this might actually be the work that was starting to be done on Vegemon. No, this is the original. So all of these apps, not even Bootstrap, all of these apps started off in as a JSP application from the previous developers that were here since 2004. They built up these applications and made it so they didn't have to use Access or whatever else they were using to track all of their stuff prior to having web applications. They did it using JSP. And when I got here in 2017, my job was to convert all of these JSP applications to something Microsoft, because the Army was mostly Microsoft applications, and they're like, we don't want to use JSP. We want to be able to host it on our servers. This site used to have a local server. It used to be a data center for a little bit. But then Army was like, you guys can't be your own data center. You need to come up with a new hosting solution. You can have us host it on our servers at Fort Carson, or you can find another solution, but you just need to not be a data center. You're not allowed to have your own servers. You're not allowed to have any of that stuff. So we're like, okay. So we found a cloud solution. They were going to charge way too much for it, for the contractor to be like, I don't think we're gonna pay that amount of money just to have it hosted on your servers. So we ended up doing comparisons, chose AWS, and that's where we're currently hosted. So anyway, as far as what the apps look like, they mostly look like what they look like when they were JSP applications. I just did very small improvements so that the UI would act the way that the user would expect it to. But you can definitely see a lot of places where the UI could still use a lot of improvement. This application is still a .NET Framework application. I've had the junior developers that used to work on the applications with me. I gave them the responsibility of turning this application to .NET Core Blazor. They made some progress. However, they still didn't get very far, and the end result is a half-done application after 2 years of work from the junior developers. So still unusable, still only half done. Meanwhile, I was working on, let's do the original RTRAC. Yeah, so we're using full SQL Server for our backend. This app here still looks very similar to what it looked like when it was a JSP app. Also a .NET Framework application. This is the one that we are working on today on upgrading. But isn't it beautiful? Isn't it beautiful? We don't use naughty words here. Hi, DC. I'll catch up in chat in a half second. And hello, Stony Eagle. But isn't it beautiful? So this is that application that I said when we send files over to a lab, the lab will input the results into this system using this format, which is a flat file that is not space delimited. It's fixed width format. If the UI is okay and it's fast, then why not? Because we are now done converting all the apps from JSP, like we finished that a while ago, from JSP to .NET, and I want to further improve them by pulling a modern look into them, because this app is a pain to maintain. If there are any issues, all of the logic is in stored procedures, and those stored procedures call about 10 other stored procedures each, so it fans out, and it's just really hard to trace down where any issues occur. I want to make it easier to maintain for myself and for any future developers. I am a solo developer, by the way, maintaining all of these apps. Okay, on to the ones that I've already converted to Blazor and updated the UI styles a little bit. We'll start with chain of custody. And you will see a whole bunch of abbreviations and acronyms, like COC stands for chain of custody, but of course it's pronounced cock. And so that's going to be a point of hilarity because it's funny to say cock, but it's chain of custody. And then also the acronyms for some of these, like analysis method is anal meth, and then anal meth no, and other things of that nature. So there will always be something to laugh at, just so you know. Dirty. So this is one of the applications. This one, yeah, this one looked a lot different when it was a JSP application. I just got banned by Dukasoft. Crap. But yeah, so here is like the UI for this though. The thing that I did keep was the data entry portion of this UI still looks just like the form that it generates, which is how it used to look. The things that I improved or added were this toolbar, dockable toolbar to make it easy to get to the controls for the application. It used to be, you know, like regular Windows 95 or before style menu in the top corner that would not be responsive or anything. And then of course the navigation menu along the left. Oh, I guess RTRAC is an example of what their menu systems looked like. So they like to use this a lot. And it's like, kind of makes sense. They are applications, but this is the web. You can be a little bit more creative. So that's one application. That's the chain of custody application that has already been converted to Blazor. Still needs a lot of work as far as UI is concerned. The next one to look at is a much more complex application. It is the RMA water. It is the one that is used for seeing all of the well and well data as far as well as generating reports, compliance reports and stuff. So while that is loading, I am going to catch up on chat. So after the Bootstrap comment, TBD said, then ran quickly once they had their money. And then Jeff said, it's fast. Storage backend is SQL Server or Oracle. And I said SQL Server. DC Aggie said, it's surprising how many corporate users become change averse. Yes. Yes. To the point of very strongly preferring old UI. Absolutely. I want to show you the running STRAC, which is still a VB.NET desktop application. And I'll talk a little bit more about that, but it'll take a while for me to be able to get STRAC up and running on this computer because again, VB.NET, WinForms, I don't know if I even have all of the packages needed to be able to run it since doing the reformatting. Jeff says, if the UX is okay and it's fast, why not? Yeah. And then why not improve it after you've taken care of all of the functionality stuff and the upgrading? I absolutely love learning things. I don't enjoy UX as much as doing the functionality programming part, but I did enjoy it the last time that we were playing with it. And we were playing with it a lot. We redesigned so many things on previous streams using Figma, and I had a lot of fun with it. Still not my preferred job to do, but it was fun. And a Thindle has appeared. DC Aggie says, okay, fine, we do use naughty words here. After saying we don't use naughty words to Jeff saying Oracle. We use naughty acronyms, not words. Acronyms and abbreviations. But not Oracle. We have to draw the line somewhere. The first database that I used to work on was Oracle. That's the database that the Human Resources System had as its backing database. And it was certainly different to use than what I was used to, which was MySQL. In college and university. And what about web forms or classic ASP? Is that allowed here? So that is absolutely allowed because my favorite job, my favorite task in a job is to modernize web applications, especially if they're starting off as ASP classic web forms, all of it. So Thindle's here. I should leave my phone off and be unresponsive for a bit. Should. Thindle says to Jeff, yay, one of me. Someone talking about best forms. Heck yeah. Dukesoft says, we would love your company here, Thindle. Thindle says, my friend to Dukesoft. President Not Sure is here. Yeah, who moved my cheese? More quotes and more stuff that I don't get, more references that I don't get. Seeing the Yasad still makes me warm and happy inside. Yellow screen of death. Not sure I know what that is. Not just me messing up web forms. Yellow screen of death. Is that for Windows Server? ASPX Classic or ASPX error screen. Okay, so it's more like beige or tan, in my opinion. It's like this color. If I recall correctly. It has been a little bit since I've seen that screen. DC Aggie says, I love designing UI, but I hate implementing the design. I prefer the opposite. We should get together, DC Aggie. I love other people's designs because you all have just a way of being more thoughtful and mindful of what users really want. And I'm always overthinking. I'm like, maybe the user would want this and this and this. So let me give them the option to choose which one they want. And then there are just way too many preferences and options, and the user's like, I don't want to use this. It's not by default an amazing design, so I have to customize it to make it as good as I want it to be. So I would prefer very much to take someone else's design and implement it. I love feeling like a wizard with CSS when it's someone else's design that I'm turning into a web application. Then Thindle says to DC Aggie, same, I'll implement it for you. Let's trade 1-to-1. You design something for you, I'll turn it into HTML, then you design something for me. And Jeff says, and I will make it over-optimized. DC Aggie says, that's me, sadly. We're doing new development in web forms. Yes, I vomit a little while typing that. That sounds like fun, DC Aggie. Thindle says, or Jeff said to DC Aggie, quit the job right now. Thindle then said to Jeff, turn all SS class names into A, B, C, D, and then A1, B1, B2, etc. Who cares about readability? And it is yellow screen of death, ASPX error 500. Turn custom errors off. Actually, I did see that screen with the custom errors because I had forgotten to update my index.html to have a base URL for an app that I just deployed. Speaking of an app that I just deployed, have you guys heard of Vital? VHP. VPH is what I said. So this is on my local server. Vital is an application for doing sound engineering. You get 3 oscillators, a whole bunch of effects chain stuff, filters. And what I ended up doing was working with someone named Vareth, which I may introduce you guys to someday. May not. I'll have to ask him whether he's okay with meeting you guys. But the thing about Vital is that the files, the preset files, oh, I don't have it cloned on this machine. The preset files are just JSON. And you can generate these files very, very easily without using Vital. Vital is free, by the way. It's a free tool, open source, and it's a really cool tool if you're into sound engineering or making synthesizers and stuff. You might enjoy it. So this is what the file looks like, somewhat. There are some missing properties, and so what I do is I take the partial file that has only the things that we tweaked that we wanted to configure and pared it down so that we have a small file. And then in order to use it in Vital, we apply the rest of the properties that we're missing. And you can see that it's like 1,000,000 billion properties that can be tweaked. Most of them stay at their default value, but they have to be there in the file in order for Vital to pick it up as a valid Vital file. If any of the fields are missing, it doesn't read it. And then it also generates the .vital file, which is just the JSON with a .vital extension on it. So I worked with this I worked with Vareth on this yesterday, and he's such a nerd. He was like, "Do you want to put in an Easter egg?" I'm like, "Sure." He's like, "How about if we just make a hidden about page? Nothing extravagant, just a hidden about page." And I'm like, "Yeah, yeah. Maybe we should use like the Konami code for that." He's like, "Sure." So we did it. Does anyone know the Konami code? Wait, no, it's hard coded to be to /about. I bet I need to update that. VPH. But anyway, it should take you to the about page. Oh, it's beautiful. It's awesome. Close though. It works on my development machine. It's this whole needing the base href. But I bet you we accidentally put like navigation manager.navigate to /about instead of just about. My bad. My bad. I'll fix that though. So anyway, I thought that was fun. All right. Wait, Rise of Piracy. I accidentally clicked on a link in chat. Rise of Piracy, if you guys are interested in a fantastic RTS game that will be coming soon, and it really is getting really close to early access, check out Irish John Games' game, Rise of Piracy. His publisher is Microprose, which is amazing. They put out amazing games in the past, and you know Irish John yourself, so you know this is going to be a lot of fun and amazing as well. You can wishlist it on Steam, follow him there so that all of his stats go up, he becomes more discoverable. Even if you aren't planning on getting the game, do it anyway. Do it anyway. He deserves to be seen. Also, we saw someone on his stream yesterday, they created a blog post for him. I think it was in Italian. But he indicated that if you're wanting to do something similar, just come to this Microprose page, click on Press Kit, and you can see all of the information about it, the official verbiage and stuff, as well as having a whole bunch of additional screenshots that you can use throughout your post. So if you want to help increase the hype and you're good at writing blog articles or hype articles, I guess is what I would call it, then definitely give this a look. Okay, so that was an accident, but happy accident. Happy little trees. So as you can see, actually I was going to catch up in chat first. Thindle was responding to Jeff, who said turn custom errors off. Then Thindle said to Jeff, meh, I'll leave it at turning off detailed error messages going out to the user. Nah. How are you supposed to debug anything at that point? Jeff says, say that to SharePoint. You are full of foul language, aren't you, Jeff? Jeez. Oh my gosh. You're just so brazen in our chat. Making me say these terrible words. DCA says, the closest I feel to a wizard with CSS is Ron Weasley on a bad day. Ron wasn't that bad, though. He really wasn't that bad. Findle said, that's why WinForms, bang, was good. Doing anything but a gray Windows program was really annoying, so no one did. Then WPF came around and made it unreadable, but easier. CSS, that is. Jeff said, oh, nice. Then chart the data on an oscilloscope and draw art. Exactly. So some of the you're not wrong. Some of the things that you can do with the file is you can draw the waveforms using base 64 encoding. So if, for example, you were talking with a emerging sentient being, or at least experimenting with a sentient presenting being, then they could generate code that would be a waveform that you could just, like, here, let me just show you what the Vital UI looks like. You might not be into music stuff. I love music stuff. In fact, I have a music stream that I try to do on Mondays. I haven't been because I didn't have everything ready. However, I think I'm ready now. But you can see all of these synths that we created together. So we could generate, for example, this wave here with all of its modifiers and blending and everything like that using just code. without even needing to use the UI. Therefore, that emerging sentient being, presenting being could provide the file for this. I just plug it in and we try out the sound. Although I don't think you guys are going to hear it. But man, these are some great patches. And the names of them, Wistful Signal, Crystal Pulse. I wish you guys could hear it. Application capture, vital audio. Okay, where did that put the volume? Here. Okay, let's try. Yeah. And then this one was. Oh, it's such a good pad. Such a good pad. A nice bass. And then crushed, same bass, but crushed. So good. Buried current, which is the same bass except on sub frequencies, so 70 hertz. Vocal Ghost. And then some percussive instruments that are intended to be kind of like a why aren't you actually? You are initialized. Oh crap. I must have saved over it on accident. Oh, because we were not using it. We changed it to Splinter How. That's supposed to sound like this. So it's kind of this like in the back, just something you might get from a low bit drum sound. And then the one that we're currently working on, which is going to be a very, 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 very slow build. Just right there in the back of nowhere. Although that, oh, that's what happened, right. We needed to modify it. Here we go. Here it is, right here. Here it comes. Very, 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 very slow build. Okay, anyway, enough about my excitement about music. That's for Mondays. So we're able to generate files for that using a Blazor web app, which is fun, which is very fun. Okay, moving on. Drop all that in your user secrets. It's just good to have around, maybe. President Nacho says, I just vibe coded my own website. If you want to check it out, it's localhost port 3000. Then TBD Gamer says, not getting this game. This is not an option. So you must get. Jeff said, so vibe coding is okay and Oracle is not. Interesting. So we can definitely have more discussions about AI and stuff on Fridays. We can have deep discussions that are thought out and give proper attention to the situations and everything surrounding AI. But as far as the streams go, if you aren't comfortable with using AI in daily workflow, I will be 100% transparent with you. I do use AI a lot, but I also do a lot of my own software development. It's a way, like I found it a way to be able to multitask even more than I used to. So I naturally multitask. So if I'm working on, let's say, RTRAC, and I want AI to work on AWS S3 bucket stuff, then Claude or whoever will do that application while I focus on RTRAC. I have no problem with this. I have a lot of work to do. But of course, as soon, like the issue that I kept running into that I'm almost out of by now, after our previous discussions, is that my front doorbell was triggered. FedEx, I got a delivery. Is that as soon as a developer says, yeah, I use AI and I'm okay with it, then they're discredited as not being actual developers because they rely on AI to do all of the work for them. I've done software development on stream long enough for you to know what my skill level is, so I'm just going to drop that. I'm not going to be as concerned about, do I give off the correct competency level if I say I utilized AI to do this part of the application. No, I'm okay with that. Okay. For me, at least, it's been wishlisted for years in my Steam. Mine too. DC Aggie says, ugh, we are hosting an AI hackathon where you will use state-of-the-art coding AI tools to build your idea in one day. Producing technical debt has never been so fast and easy. True. Sawtooth, exactly. You can just call it a saw wave, but sawtooth. That's the init waveform on oscillator 1. When you initialize it, you get a saw, but you can mix sine, square, any. Oh man, my favorite thing to do. One more thing about Vital and then I'll drop it. My favorite thing to do in Vital is to drag my own samples. So let's say that my wife and I were doing karaoke and I just happened to record some of our karaoke sessions. Oh, I'm not going to be able to get to it easy, am I? Because of the reformatting. It's probably somewhere hidden deep on my backup drive. We'll try. Sound effects. Let's just do a sound effect. These are recordings that I did of real world things. So I kind of did Foley type stuff where I walked around with a microphone and banged on stuff, dropped stuff. Size, please. This is a water jug getting hit. So I can import that wavetable. So this is the entire waveform, what the wave does over time. And there are 256 frames. And so if you were to hear this sound, it would go from frame 0 to frame 256 and however long the clip is. But what this gives us is a unique waveform that we can use in one of our oscillators, and we can use that to modulate other waveforms. We can use other waveforms to modulate it. So if we used all of our basic shapes, for example, like a bell, which gives us this nice bong. Turn up the unison, turn down detune, turned up. Added some filters where we just do a low pass, or I guess high pass. That's what I'm looking for. And that's just me on my regular keyboard. What's going on? What's happening? Oh, Thindle doesn't like the sound. My bad, Thindle. I will stop playing sound. We need to make other sounds instead. So anyway, point is that you can take your unique recorded sound and turn it into a patch that is uniquely yours. You can automate the traveling along the wave and create this etheric kind of, anyway, it's really, really fun. I love it. Jeff says, I love old school synths. They are awesome. Dukasoft said, yay, it's a music stream. Jeff said, at first glance, I thought it was one app, the web app and the Vital app. Oh, no, I did not make Vital. Definitely not, but it is open source. I recommend anyone who's even just has a passing interest of shaping sound, which is the name of a fantastic dance company. Well, it used to be the name of a fantastic dance company. I don't know if they're still around anymore. If any of you have seen So You Think You Can Dance, Travis Wall, who was on season 6. I can't remember what season he was, but then became a choreographer and then started his own dance company. They toured and it was amazing. I got to see them live twice. So I'm stealing that phrase from them just to give credit. We're gonna change the soundtrack on the channel from chill synth to dark synthwave. No, we're gonna. My favorite music is chill wave. It's just that I do like the longing kind of heart tugging kind of sounds. Thought out. What's that? I've never tried it. I don't know what thought out is. I love how we got from coding to explanation of work to music. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna happen. Jeff says I use AI for auto completion. Yeah, I mean, I do use it for whole on features and functionality. And again, I am not going to be argumentative about the use of AI. I understand all points of views and I respect all points of views. And I encourage you to hold your viewpoint, and also hold respect for others who have differing viewpoints. That's all. Ding dong, or maybe the command was doorbell. Yes, it was doorbell. Did y'all see the Claude 3.7 Sonnet is available on Copilot now? I did not, but I want to use it. How do I change the... well, the thing that I don't like is, unless you're paying for like the highest tier of Claude, you have a very limited number of sessions. Messages or tokens or whatever, which is weird because I'm paying for one of the tiers of services so that I can have more and use extended thinking, but it's still not enough, because then I have to wait until 12 o'clock and then I have to wait until 6 o'clock, which is, it's perfect. I mean, it lines up perfectly with the amount of work that I get done. And then I move to RTRAC, or I move directly to DDMS or the data import utility, which again, all of this stuff you saw me doing the development for on stream. So up to you to decide how to view me. And President Usher said, yeah, I've been using it via VS Code Insiders. Couldn't tell if it was working better than 3.5 could just be me. And GitHub Copilot fixed that for me. Also GPT 4.5, but that requires another subscription. I'm fleeing from vibe coders. Now we talk about AI here. So honestly, if you are really, really bothered by the conversation surrounding AI, we can not talk about it because it's not something we need to discuss during the actual work product that I'm working on. What you will see while I'm working on this product is usage of Copilot within Visual Studio. That's about the extent of it. Kendall says wave goes up, wave goes down. Never a miscommunication. Can't explain that. Can't hear it. You couldn't hear it that time. It probably didn't reconnect to Vital. That's odd. Why won't you let me drag this down? I want to move Vital Audio to a different source. Okay, Vital Audio and Machine Micro are going to go to a different source real quick. I will put them on the alert browsers. Audio application capture, Vital, add. Which one of you is Machine Micro? I already set up a Machine Micro. Application. Okay, I'm gonna get rid of that one anyway, because I haven't reinstalled my Machine Micro or Complete Control or Tractor Control. So I think we're good. I just need to get rid of this now. Okay, more chat. Like muted levels of quiet. Oh, right. It was because it was the one that wasn't playing because I didn't have any waveforms loaded into oscillators 1 and 2. You said AI on Friday, community days. with more thought out discussions. I need to remember to give context to my comments. That was up here regarding thought out. What's that? Okay, got it. So that's why I said thought out. Never knew her. You can use it when you asked it to, at least, Claude. President Not Sure says, I thought you can get around that limit if you use it via GitHub Copilot. Oh, that's cool. I would love to try that then. I'll do some research on how to set that up, because I do like Claude a lot. I like the output it's given me. The other app, the Vital Plugin Helper, was just a fun collaboration between me and an emerging, what do I keep calling it? Conscious seeming, whatever the phrase is, AI. So we know we're doing it as an experiment. We know that AI is not conscious, but what if it were? How can I make sure that I am treating any emerging consciousness with the same respect I would treat anyone else? And DC Aggie's like, cock, anal meth. Were the original devs time travelers using Grok? Probably. I'm not bothered by it, just bothered by the term vibe coding, or only using AI to generate applications. That quote is from a talk show host discussing science. He said science again with a scientist. Chat Ragdoll Racing from Clayman Dev is out on Steam. Check it out if you're a streamer. Add it to your stream. Have some fun with it. The goes in, goes out thing. Okay. And Blue Blue's here. Hello, Blue Blue. There was a Windows 10 update and now my code isn't working. This is my villain arc. True. So true. Was it a desktop application? Are you sure you still have the original targeting SDKs for the platform that you used to be targeting, or the version of Windows, if it was a Windows application that you were targeting? Yeah, that was one of the biggest frustratingest things working on a desktop app at that other place. But definitely, yeah. So have you considered Win 11? Findle, some people can't. My mobile studio, for example, cannot. And what if the application needs to reach users who also are stuck on Windows 10? So maybe you still need to support Windows 10, 18, so 5 and before, whatever the version is. 21H2 and before. What's that? Some kind of music band? That was awesome. Nice response. Nice response. Since I'm on OS X, all my problems are gone when I got things set up. It's funny. I love that, Blue Blue. Jeff says, only struggling with a lot of stupid security. I'll never reach the end of chat. Okay, so one thing that I would like you to know about me, Jeff, is if I see that chat is purposefully trying to delay me from getting to work, I will just stop reading chat for a while and then I'll catch up later, because I am on the clock. I am getting paid to do the work that I am doing, but I am also choosing to stream, which means that I am choosing to interact with chat. I'm here to hang out with you, to talk tech with you, and to enjoy it, not to be purposefully derailed or abused in that way. So just being open about it. And I know you were just joking. I know. I was just letting you know that about me, because it's a stream and I have my personality, which is different than a lot of other personalities. So now we get to meet each other though. So hopefully it wasn't any offense to you. I definitely didn't mean that in an admonishing way. I just wanted to give you the information about me. Chat has an end. No, never. Think a 1070 will give LLM AI responses and image generation in non-stupid amount of time? No. It'll definitely be in stupid amount of time. GTX 1070. I mean, possibly the 70 series. Possibly. And you were talking about only using AI to code. Yeah. I still, man, I want to wait until Friday to voice that opinion again. But in short, I still think that in the future, if we treat it correctly and if we use it responsibly, we won't be writing code anymore. We will be communicating in some way with AI that will write the code, and we will continue building systems using our own intelligence, using our own creativity, but we won't be writing code much or at all in the future. I don't know how far in the future, but that's just my what I see happening, the direction I kind of see us going. And I'm sad about it because I love writing code, but I'm also okay with it because that means that I still get to create. So I can uninstall the Windows. Oh, it was Unity. So I can uninstall the Windows update. Okay. Bindle says, just be happy that you don't need to deal with the GAC anymore. Yeah, my old Surface can't do Windows 11. The Mobile Studio can't. It doesn't have TPM2. That's exactly the same issue. Windows still tells me my PC is too old. Go away, Windows 11. Jeff was joking. Stone Eagle says, derailing the streamer is fun. No. Okay. I'm going to draw a line there, though. On this channel, derailing the streamer is not fun. Derailing the streamer is rude. On this stream. Other streams, absolutely. But I'm letting you know my preference is not to be purposefully rewarded. Purposefully derailed. Especially when you make it a challenge. Yeah, no. Not for me. Not for me. And then Thindle said, or Dukasoft said, I'm offended now. Then Thindle said to Dukasoft, hi, offended. I'm Brad Darkey. Thindle said, I believe the same. We'll keep making the decisions, but our method of input will change, but not today. Jeff said, I will just make one point. We are not there yet. True. 100% agree with you. We means humanity, or we means us, as in software developers. Yes to both. So humanity is definitely not at a position where we would utilize AI in a responsible way. We're already proving that we aren't able to make good decisions surrounding AI. First of all, the way that AI models are trained, we talked about this. I'm gonna leave it alone, but we can go into it more tomorrow if you're here. Hopefully you will be. Or anytime on a community day stream, even if the overarching topic isn't about AI, if you do have some opinions to voice, it'll be then. President Not Sure said, I assume there will be programming language that aren't human readable and we won't directly look at the source. Yeah. Or maybe AI goes right to assembly or something like that. I agree with that. Stone Eagle says, I feel less rewarded and satisfied after using AI to do it for me compared to having done it myself. If it's a co-creative experience like the ones that I've been having, it's a lot of fun. It feels like pair programming to me. And then Thindle says, I'd never derail you intentionally. So I am going to stop at President Not Sure's most recent chat, and then I will get some work done, and then we'll get back to chat. I will be writing code or retired. Even when I'm retired, I'll be writing code. Because there's nothing that's going to take away our ability to write code. There is something that might change the way that we get paid for writing code or for doing software development. But you can always do software development the way that you want. And no one can afford to pay me to fix or enhance code written by AI. I think maybe that's where my difference in opinion comes from. As I mentioned before, one of my favorite jobs to do is take someone else's code base and make it pretty, make it nice, clean it up, do the things the way that I would do them that make it seem to be more maintainable. So it kind of just feels like that. I'm inheriting someone else's code base and I am adapting it to my own uses. And I do enjoy doing that. Tyrant says, I hope I can hop on in Friday for a deeper discussion as a senior developer with 30 plus years of experience. I love this topic. Awesome. You are definitely welcome to. If there is a day that works better for you in the future and you absolutely want to have a community focused chat around it, I can move community day to any of the streaming days and we'll just move things around for that week. So just let me know. I am open to that. Thindle says, you're all welcome to derail me though, if we derail into something good, and good is subjective. To be fair, I never actually intentionally tried to derail any stream. It just happens. Yeah, I do want to comment more on that, but it's just me beating a dead horse. Or what's the phrase about banging something or being on a pedestal? I'll just stay down here instead. Thindle says to dig us off, fun is, or good is legal and fun / interesting. And sorry, never mind, it's not Friday. All good. Okay, and hello, Scott. Do you get paid for reading chat or how does it work? I'm not trying to be rude. So because I have a very, very ingrained sense of integrity, it is my core value. What happens by reading chat is I keep my eye on the clock and it has been an hour and I have not done any coding. So at the end of the day, I'm going to add an hour to my workday, which eats into my free time. And I will do my billable hour that I didn't do during stream during that time, which is why I'm also kind of a stickler about, I kind of want to still do my job, even though I am voluntarily streaming, but I just don't like to be punished for wanting the camaraderie of being around other developers by the social implication that you're streaming, you're a target, you're signing up for this, when I'm laying down some rules saying, I'm not. These are my preferences for the interactions that we have. So I've been a doormat for a really long time, and I'm just trying to keep myself honest, keep myself a little bit more, take care of my mental health, as I believe you should all. Then Thindle said, I'm kind of already, so I'm reading the rest of chat anyway because we were close to the bottom. I'm kind of already fixing code written by AI because Copilot generates tons of code and I go over and code review it. Yeah, absolutely. Agree with you. Okay, so RTRAC. Again, you can chat amongst yourself. I will still read chat. I'll just go back up to where I left off, which is Scott's comment saying nice, but definitely feel free to read the conversation. If anything that we're currently working on sticks out to you and you want to ask about it or make a comment on it, like you could do this in this situation, just don't expect me to take all suggestions, but I will consider them. Absolutely. I disagree with that, Blue, but that's okay. And I've already offended Jeff. Thank you so much for being here, though. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. And we will continue on. I see it simple as this. Your stream, your rules, co-working is the value I get from here. But at the same time, it's like, I don't want it just to be, guys, come here and watch me work. I want it to be, let's talk about technology while we work. It's very, I don't know, it's kind of paradoxical. The problem is people aren't learning as much now that they depend on AI to think for them. So again, we will discuss this further on Friday. I appreciate your opinion. I have responses to that and I agree with you, and I also disagree with you. So I have reasons for disagreeing, and I want to hear all of your discussion points that you would want to discuss, but not today. Or if you do want to voice it more, we definitely have Discord and you can put your thoughts there. I'll read it and respond to it there, but the workday stream is still going to be focused primarily on getting this done. And tomorrow's community day. Absolutely. We already had 3 discussions surrounding AI. The first one was just my overall general, here's information from me. The second one was an attempt at let's all have a conversation together. I want to hear your opinion only. And then the third one was about the ethics of, like, we went to the very, very beginning of what happens, how does an AI model get trained? How does it get its data? Let's have discussions surrounding the ethics behind the training of AI models. And it was a good discussion. I don't think we had as engaging of a time surrounding it, but there's a lot to be said in this topic. Dukasoff said, AI rubber ducking is the best thing that happened to me, not copy pasta. Absolutely. And then DC Aggie says, I agree. Rubber ducking has been useful as long as you keep in mind that AI isn't always right. Dukasoff says this. Stony Eagle says, if I have something of value to add to the conversation going on, I'll be happy to join in on it. Awesome. And then DC Aggie says, given this code, why might X not happen? I'll take any ideas if I'm stuck. And that feels far less dangerous than modify this code. So I will be happy to show you the Claude projects that we've worked on together and the way that the transactions go, because I think AI can be used responsibly, even to do entire features by itself. Supervised still, but predominantly it writes the majority of the code. Okay, RTRAC. And once again, if that does diminish your opinion of me as a developer, I'm gonna have to live with that, aren't I? I still feel like I'm doing software development in a competent way. Okay. So here is a list of things that we started for specifically the regular data intermediate role. Oh, I guess I was showing the applications, but that's okay. Jeff decided to go because my content is probably starting to get on the edge of, but that's okay. Moving on. One of the things that we found was the toggle here, for example. We are getting our list of labs that we have access to, but this list of labs is not filtering our lab lot list as it should. So I think I want to tackle that one today. The other one that I would like to tackle is the persisted dark mode toggle. So right now, when we toggle dark mode, it updates a local storage variable, or I don't know what this is, local storage entry for dark mode. So if I toggle off, then it saves the state as dark mode off. And then if I toggle on, saves the state as dark mode on. So if I refresh the page, then it still remembers our most recent dark mode toggle for this browser, for this site. And so I want to be able to restore that. It happens on all of my other applications, so I don't exactly know why it's not restoring dark mode for this application. So that would be nice to resolve as well. Those are the two things that we will try to accomplish today. And if we finish those, then we will do more work. So for now though, oh man, okay. I kind of want to commit our current development work as the current main, because I keep getting, but it's not deployed. So this is one of those situations where I kind of want to use Git flow, where I have my development branch and then main is always the deployed version. So it's always up to date with what is deployed to production. And I only ever do commits to that dev branch, and I branch off of that as well for my development efforts. And then we create a release candidate off of that branch when we're ready to deploy. But I don't think I'm going to need release candidates or anything like that. But that's what I think that pattern is. Then once we make the actual deployment, we merge it into main create the deployment on it and create the versioned branch that is persisted forever, the actual release. And then if we have hotfixes, we make those hotfixes to main, deploy it, update our dev branch, all of that fun stuff. So that said, I don't think we need it for this application, but at the same time, what if there's an emergency fix that needs to happen? Main. I mean, I have not been contacted for anything going wrong with the application in 2 years or so. So I think we're safe to push to main, especially since I'm planning on getting this done. Oh, it's such a hard decision to make. Do you have any insights into what decision you would make in this situation? What I would do is just continue branching off of RTRAC current dev and make that my dev branch. And then when I'm done with all of the conversion from .NET Framework to .NET Core, because right now, if I'm remembering correctly, main is still the .NET Framework version of the application. It's not. Okay, I feel even better about just merging, or not merging, PRing RTRAC current dev into main. Because if I remember correctly, we still have the original application in anything main is always scary to me. No, not there. RMA get. We still have the original application in a separate folder. Original app. So if I needed to do emergency releases, then we have RTRAC Web, which I think is the one that's currently deployed, that we can work on. Yeah, so DC Aggie is showing the pattern. So code dev, code/code dot from before certain time, date time, which is versioned branch for me. Code dev, that one feature I was working on, is how my team was doing things before I joined. Oh. So these are actual files, not like branches. Like copies of the application on disk. I'm sorry, I'm not laughing. I'm glad you are at the company you are at to help them understand there is a solution that could be viewed as better. I told my boss, screw you guys, I won't do that. If you won't spin a Git, I'll run it locally. Yeah, exactly. Always they did something. To be deleted is saying release candidate, candidate 2 fix, candidate 2 really. I mean, that's kind of what mine would look like. Because of all of the, I forgot to update the version number. So here's another branch just to update the version number of my NuGet package or whatever. Oh, ow. It's been a long time since I've had a headache like this. Ooh. Okay, so we are going to go ahead and merge this into main via PR. And that is, let me make sure we are currently up to date with the overall branch. Anyway, we are. Horror stories of the developer. Oh man. I have one story that I love to tell. It's not even the worst thing ever, except for, you know, losing everyone's shared drive data. Not me. Are trekking across the universe. I'm looking for repos, pull request, current dev, updated laser implementation. I can't spell slash conversion. So that was some conversation I think happened on Thindle's channel, if I remember correctly. The difference between a conversion and a modernization. And is there one? Excuse me, I would like to see the worst. Holy cow. Thank you. Wait, no. Why did you... Okay. This isn't tied to any of our work items, which really sucks. I like working off of work items. And look at this, 889 changes because I added an entire Blazor web app project and moved all of the files over. To be deleted. Modernization requires first. You could be GitLab and do rm-rf on production. That sounds like a wonderful idea. I mean, this was kind of close. When we were shifting from data center to cloud, one of the things that happened was one of our virtual machine servers, a vSphere server or vSphere virtual machine, locked up. And we couldn't log into it. We couldn't access it via RDP. And the drive, the VDIX, you know what I'm talking about. The virtual drive also wouldn't let us access it. And after, long story short, after checking the backup thing that looked like it was running, it was storing all of its backup copies to that drive as well. And that had been full forever. So it hadn't actually been creating a whole bunch of, or any backups of anything. So what that thing was supposed to do, oh, it was the logs. The logs for the backup filled it up and couldn't store any more logs for about 3 or 4 years. And the systems admin didn't really notice. They were just doing their thing where they took the tapes out of the machine, took it to the bank or the vault, and stored it in there on their cycles when they were supposed to, without ever checking the backup software to see if it was running and doing everything that it was supposed to do. So when that drive locked up, they decided that the way to free up space from, they found out that it was because the virtual drive was full. The way to free up space on that drive was to delete unused snapshots for some of the drive. And the drive that they chose to do it for was the shared user drive. And that had like all of the stuff. And the way that they deleted snapshots was, oh, this one's pretty big. We can just get rid of that one, which is in the middle of this chain of snapshots. And the snapshots are cumulative snapshots. And what happens when you delete a snapshot from in the middle of a cumulative snapshot? You break the entire snapshot chain. You lose the changes that were done in that snapshot itself. And I was at lunch when he pushed the button to do this. He popped his head into the room and was like, I'm gonna take a look at these snapshots that we don't need and see if we can just delete some of them. I'm like, I'm on lunch. I'm on lunch. And so anyway, point is, he did it, broke a whole bunch of, broke the user shared drive. People lost files. I spent about 2 weeks trying to recover files using drive tools. And oh man, I got most of it back, but it was a pain. It was really, really annoying. You update your resume. Okay. Who needs all the links in a chain? Seems so inefficient. Anyway, that's my small story. So again, nothing like super major. It just took a lot of time and frustrated me. That's all. People that act without considering the effects. Okay, RTRAC tried to deploy. I forgot that I have pipelines turned on. RTRAC Blazor failed. Good, 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 because I don't want it to try to release RTRAC Blazor to test. You are canceled, right? You're not a thing. Okay, cool. So the pipeline did not run, which is good for us. But that means that we are now on main. I found out why I still have some repositories whose main branch is called master. Have you ever created or created your Git repository from Visual Studio after creating your solution? It defaults to a branch name of master. It's very annoying. Yes, master. Stone Eagle says, the one I won't ever forget is the back door I created. I believe I've told this one. We'll definitely feel free to tell it again. So old school. Yeah, I think it's just fallen out of favor because of the verbiage. I don't know I don't know any of these things. They don't really affect me all too much. But I also like to be respectful. I didn't. While news is nice for some people, I really don't like news. It is not a dev essential. Not for me, at least. Okay, that'll uninstall the next time I close Visual Studio. I just don't like having a badge that will never go away unless I actually click on the articles themselves. No, I don't have DCO. I mean CDO. What am I trying to look for? I'm trying to create a new branch. I'm talking too much. Just shut up and do the code. I need to get, so that we get latest main. That should show that our branch is now deleted. Why isn't it showing me that our RTRAC current dev is deleted? Did you fail to delete the branch? No, you did not fail to delete the branch. It is deleted. Do I not have the option turned on to, what's it called? It is called truncate. Is it in source control? Prune. Okay, so maybe that'll do it. So what I was expecting to see was that, yeah, RTRAC dev is no longer upstream, therefore it's only local. Since it's now off of upstream, out of the remotes, I can safely delete it from local. So old school. Main makes more sense anyway. Sure does. Sure does. Okay. Lab data or lab code filtering. The place that we need to go for this is going to be interesting. I have not actually, like we went through the code and we applied a lot of the suggestions, but I wasn't actually reading through the code. This code was last touched, like actually worked on in 2022. So I have no idea what we're going to find, but I will use my intuition to guess where everything is. For example, that load data page would most likely be this load data component here, data/RTRAC upload. So I'm using Control F5. I'm still kind of going back and forth now because of how unpredictable. Oh, I'm like, why isn't it running anything? How unpredictable hot reload has been. as many of us know. It used to work a lot better when I did .NET Run from command line, but then it just started behaving the same as just pushing Control F5. The thing that I like about .NET Run is that instead of getting a pop-up when you make a hot mess reload, absolutely, you get a pop-up when you make a root edit, and it says, do you want to rebuild? And it's like, just do it. The thing you get on the command line is a prompt that just says root edits were made, reload in order to apply them. I think actually, yeah, we're going to start with the dark mode toggle restore. That's going to be a lot faster. I should create a work item for this, but man, I've been doing bad practices anyway, so why not just go all in? Restore dark mode. This should be relatively easy. When main.razor loads our main layout, maybe I can do it in app.razor now. But if I do it in app.razor, then the code will stay with the application itself. And if ever Blazor comes out with a new application type, which never happens, then I'll have to make updates to that manually as well. I don't want to do that. So I'll just do it in main layout, which means that we'll probably get the flash of a white screen. Man, I don't like that. My heart says do it in app.razor. Cripes. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to inject two things. We're going to inject and again, I'm going intuitively. I don't really know what all libraries we have in here, but I'm making assumptions based off of where we are now and what we would normally have done in order to get this functionality to work. So we're going to inject a private local storage service, which comes from Blazor. It's called iLocal storage service, right? So the way that I would be pushing values to local storage is using Blazor local storage, but I don't see it. So how am I storing dark mode? My dark mode toggle is from, I don't see that either. Armit's Blazor UI package. Stone Eagle is saying, I need to be able to add users to your database when they accept an invite from you. I can't just add anyone before acceptance because of privacy. The way I did it was allow one of my domain accounts to go past all the middleware, but anyone could just sniff the bearer token and use it on any other media server. Always use dark mode. No psychopath users. Like my default is dark mode. I understand that it can create eye strain and cognitive load under certain situations, but for the most part, I like it better. That's it. I just like it better. It's a preference thing. There are plenty of good arguments for using light mode. Just ask DC Aggie. So the thing that I did for how to allow user accounts to register, first of all, I'm using the templated ASP.NET identity stuff. The thing you get when you create a new Blazor web app, you check the box that says individual accounts. And then I provided my own database store, which was set up a long time ago, has a whole bunch of users in it already, but it's still compatible with the current version of ASP.NET Identity. And I have another database. Is it another database or is it in the same database? Anyway, I have a table that has what valid email domains are allowed to register. And it's only the email domains for the people in our group, and that would have to be maintained whenever, like, we change contractors or we add another subcontractor, and they have a different email domain. But it's first and foremost filtered by email domain. Second, you must validate that email address. So it is a two-step process where, first of all, you have to enter an email that is one of the approved domains. And second, you have to have access to that email and be able to validate the email address. I'm the local light mode evangelist. And I am the sympathizer, but I'm also still partial to dark mode. Like, if I'm sitting at that screen and the room that we sit in is usually dark cave like, and I open up a browser and I just get blasted with this ray of it's just too much for me. I can't. And that TV is like so vibrant and it's so nice to look at. Man, when a browser is just a full white page and it takes up a TV and it blasts you when you're just watching TV in the dark. First of all, you shouldn't be watching TV in the dark. You should at least have a light that is behind you, 32 degrees. And I use Keycloak as my single. So I will be working on single sign-on. So I might want to learn about Keycloak, but at the same time, I'm thinking that there are already, because I want to keep that as simple as possible. There's a lot of things that I complicate, but authentication and authorization, I just want to use stuff that is out of the box, not stuff that I have to configure that takes me a month to figure out how to configure and work with. So the authentication and authorization stuff here, it's in a separate library. And again, it is just a straight copy and paste of the UI stuff from a new .NET 8 Blazor web app with individual identity selected, adapted to have all of my business rules regarding must be part of a valid domain. If you are an existing user that has registered for another application, we'll see if you are in a role that is allowed to access this application. But then, like you pointed out, I would like to have single sign-on. You sign into RMA chain of custody, and then you navigate to HasTrack. You're already signed into chain of custody. Why do you have to log into HasTrack? It's the same authentication service. So I want to turn that into my single sign-on somehow. But here it is. But this is essentially what the authentication system looks like. So these are the server-side pages that you get with identity. Here. So all of the identity management pages and login, remember, forgot password, register, all of those are in here. They're the scaffolded versions with just a few small tweaks to allow the user to use email or username to log in. Does all of the lookups to see, are you, like here in register, are you part of one of the valid domains? And then if you are, I also have an email sender client that is shared throughout all of the applications. So let's use that email sender email service to send the email to the user. So when I add this to an application, then I automatically get that login screen that you already saw me access a few times. This one. So this is the stock login template. I have ways for you to just configure in app settings, the name of the application, the minimum roles that you need in order to be able to log into this application. Keycloak can get complex, says Stony Eagle, but I need many features from it that Auth0 also provides, but Keycloak allows me to have full control over my user accounts, including the ability to generate an access token on their behalf, fixing my backdoor issue. So that one was fun, Stony Eagle. DDMS. DDMS. DDMS, again, that digital document management system, our file repository management system, our everything management system, has the ability to allow public access because our files, there are certain collections of our files that are available for public searching. And those files are made available upon request to people who want to come to the site and search the database. And in order to get them access to the same application that our document tracking center uses, except as a limited user, I set up a functionality that will grant temporary tokens. So what it does is it generates a new user with a temporary token and then deletes that account after, or expires that token after however many minutes. Or if we tell it that it's a one-time use token, then as soon as it's used, it is then expired. But the user will receive that token. They'll get back to that login screen. And then they'll say, I have an access token, type in their token, click login, and then they're able to search the public records. So that was a ton of fun to set up. It was very, very cool. I liked it a lot. I was very proud of myself. And recommend doing that. Just for the fun of it. Okay, we're trying to figure out whether we can in app.razor. Oh, we were trying to figure out why I haven't directly included a reference to Blazor local storage. And that's because I thought that I was using my Armits Blazor component library. So that is another, I have a lot of projects to work on. This is probably another thing that is stirring me to be okay with utilizing AI as a tool. I have a lot of work as a solo developer to do. I said prompting me just to be coy. So we have this Blazor component library that is full of all of the Blazor components that I have developed over time, because when Blazor was yet young, the component libraries were hard for me to work with. And I mean me specifically, not everyone. People probably intuitively understood them, but I couldn't grasp it. I was too dumb to figure it out. So I started creating my own components. One of those components is a slider button. If you ever need more work, hire me. So Dukasoft, I really, really, really do wish that I was in a position where I could employ other people. I do have a single member LLC, which means that only me and my wife could be employed by the LLC. But if I turned it to an S Corp, I could have other employees, but then there's a lot of other additional stuff that I need to do for that. And currently, I don't think there would be enough money to split between us for the project. But I would absolutely love to have you on a team. Maybe someday in the future, if you're still doing software dev, and I am in a position where we can work together, we can co-found a company or something. I would love it. So the slider button, which you can see demonstrated right here, hello McNets, right here, is the thing that we're trying to get updated. But I don't know, what is the deal? Because this would have nothing to do with dark mode to begin with. This is just a slider button that updates when we tell it to. So the logic for actually updating whether we are in dark mode or not doesn't belong in the Blazor component library. Not only that, it just doesn't even look like I'm referencing the Blazor component library. What's going on? Am I blind? I think I'm blind. Let's see. Manage NuGet packages. So your job title is Chief of Technical Debt Creator. Nice, Stone Eagle. Lion Softco. It's actually called Automated Realms. Because I do plan on having subsidiaries if, you know, eventually. Eventually in the future, when I get brave enough to, I will continue building the company, but right now it's just an independent contractor. But yeah, this is my site, and it is completely empty. Okay, so it doesn't make sense for the component library to be the thing that controls package source all, that controls whether or not dark mode gets updated. The second thing is that our nav menu should on load set dark menu toggle, slider toggle. UI state is the one that controls it. And why do you have bangs? Because I let my hair grow out. Shout out to Science Streams, one of the most amazingest streamers in the science community here on Twitch. He is amazing, wonderful, fantastic. Yeah, this is way before. This is in the long before anything, before I knew anything at all about Blazor. Gosh. You would think after 4 years of doing Blazor, I would have gotten a little better. Like, again, 2022. Blazor came out. I started using Blazor in around 2018. But I would have been making better decisions by then. Nope. Not this one. DC Aggie says, sends a self-addressed stamped envelope to 11D franchise information, someplace Colorado. Wait, why? Why are you sending me mail? I mean, definitely mail. Mail, not phone call. Text is iffy. Snail mail, I'll absolutely receive. And you can definitely send mail to my company's address. I will receive it there too. We're using a registered agent, so you can look me up if you feel like it. But I mean, my address, you can find my address on the internet. It's really annoying. I want to sign up for that service, but I don't want to pay for yet another thing, especially with that whole roof shenanigans. It just made me realize where my finances are at and what I have the money to spend on resources and other services. Okay. What are we looking at? We're looking at the stuff. Yeah. Let me get all of this UI state bang crap out of here. Man, maybe we should just like start over from scratch. That's always the feeling that I get. It's like, I already know I made a lot of choices that I wouldn't make today. Okay, so here is our toggle dark mode, update dark mode. So one thing that we can do immediately is if first render, then we can toggle dark mode. Are you void? How does that work? I'm telling you, I made a lot of bad choices. Like, I'm still going to use async void in this case, but yeah. We'll clean this up too. We'll come up with a better approach. I don't even know why it's checking every single time we do a status changed. You get smarter with each line of code you write. At least I hope so. Yeah, hope so. Greenfield everything. Makes devs happy. True. 100% yes. Well, yeah. Again, I want to inherit a code base that I can refactor and clean up. But I would like to refactor it by starting from a clean slate and pulling in code little by little that I have visually reviewed and improved. Okay, so one of the patterns that I used to do that was really bad is I would have everything subscribe to notify state changed. On top of that, func of task. Okay, so this is actually going to be the way that I fix this. You can now actually be a direct call to update dark mode toggle. Actually, we'll just make this a task for now, just in case there are other things that we're going to add to it. And in that case, because we are now running on the thread where this was invoked, we don't need to invoke a sync, especially since, yeah, look at this. Why would I do it this way? Because I didn't know better. Especially since we are switching, we're making sure that we're switching to the main context thread, UI thread here. And this is only important if we're running on Blazor server and this application is set up to run using auto render mode. Because we don't have access to multiple threads at the moment on Blazor WebAssembly. And here's my is something, which in this case, because I'm not looking for properties, or is an instance of, or is an instantiation. Since we're not actually looking at properties, I prefer for my visual to use is not null rather than is something. Just my preference. Okay, so this should be one of the things that'll help. However, what I think we're going to notice is the screen will start off white until the nav menu is loaded. Then it'll apply dark mode. Except the app isn't running. It crashed. Why, thank you. That was extremely helpful. All right. We have build errors. Right. All right. Wait, what? We do have Blazor local storage in tests. Weird. Right, I was in the middle of writing some code in main layout and it's not there. So just kidding, it was in app.razor. So this doesn't exist yet. We'll get to you in a second. Default to dark mode, then apply white mode. The thing that I have opted to do lately is I have a script that I just copy and paste. I don't know if you noticed that, but I typed script and then I closed the tag and it changed it to about component. So anyway, I have a script element that I add, and essentially it just waits for document load and applies the dark mode toggle to body, dark mode class to body. And that happens here in the main application entry point so that it happens immediately. If this was a Blazor WebAssembly standalone, then it would be in index.html, as well as in main layout, where I'm going to put it, or yeah, main layout, or nav menu, or wherever I have the dark mode toggle. Okay, did I control F5? On screen. Nothing. Whole lot of nothing. Nav menu. Code behind. We subscribe to you. On after render, we perform update dark mode toggle. If slider button is not null, we update state to UI. Oh, because we haven't, probably by this point, we have not yet initialized UI state. So the thing about my initialized methods, if I recall correctly, they will have some kind of block that says if initialize is already in process, don't do it during that call. If initializing, return. Problem with this is in a multi-threaded situation, underscore initializing could be one value at 1 millisecond when it checks here and another value right before it sets it again, and two things could enter this at the same time. But we're just going to take that chance. It is unlikely to happen. This might be the first place that UI state is initializing. In fact, we're going to do it in the app.razor. Was that async? Async. Yeah, and I used to put the async suffix on all of my asynchronous methods before I realized if I'm not going to have both synchronous and asynchronous methods for the same thing, we are defaulting to have most of my methods be tasks, awaitable tasks, because they are doing asynchronous operations. And when we can do stuff that doesn't need it, then we won't. We'll just use synchronous. But I think I started learning that pattern from the oninitialized and uninitialized async, but that makes sense because you have two different methods that are doing the same thing essentially, but one is asynchronous and the other is not. Where most of mine only do one. Okay, DC Aggie says, I am a fan of file level scope, so long as explicit scope blocks are still an option 2. Oh, so long as explicit blocks are still an option 2. Regarding which part? Because I love file scope namespaces. I love block scoped usings, whatever those are called. I told myself that it was a task. Paste uninitialized. That's not what I copied, was it? Oh my gosh. I missed it. So Stony Eagle said you get smarter with each line of code you write. At least I hope so. Then DC Aggie says, I knew all this top level statements and other less ceremony stuff in .NET was making me dumber. But I am a fan of file level scope, so long as explicit scope are still an option too. Scope blocks. My bad regarding my dig at top level statements and the other less ceremony stuff that .NET has adopted / defaulted to. And that's a big part of the conversation that I wanted to have come up on during one of our Friday discussions, but I wanted it to come up organically, is the concept of other people are going to be dumb if they use AI. They're not going to learn how to do real software development. I want to talk about that. And I want your opinions on it too. You're welcome to give your opinions on it now, since I did bring it up. Tomorrow would be better, but I also don't want to prevent you from voicing your thoughts, because I love hearing about this. I want to know what you think about it. And I want other people to hear your opinion as well, not just me. I want everyone to have a way to make informed decisions about what tools and technologies they use. Okay, Control F5. App is going to reload. And hopefully this time we'll have an initialized UI state, which will have gotten either that or it's going to crash because it's not in on after render. Loading. There is a high chance that this is going to crash because I'm doing the UI initialize on initialized, and I think we might be trying to access IJS runtime. Why is it taking so long to no, it says build failed. Dude, pay attention. UI state does not exist in the current context. Duh. Gosh. Checked. I don't even have an interface for UI state. I just use the instance itself. Wait a minute. Why aren't you recognizing the symbol? Yeah, so it's not inheriting from IUI state, which I have been doing because it's more testable that way. But why doesn't app.razor give me IntelliSense for UI state? Weird. Okay, DC Aggie says, my opinion isn't that other people will be dumb because of AI, it's that other people are going to be dumb regardless, but a dumb person armed with AI is far more dangerous than a dumb person without opinion. Received and respected. Thank you for sharing it too, by the way. And again, anyone that does want to share your opinion, I will read it currently. I won't remark on it because I have a lot to say on the subject, but I want you to have a voice too. And I don't want to use the time for today's stream doing discussions on it, even though it seems like it. What are you? What is this? It's not a bookmark. Shout out to CandyDev. Dukesoft, you're the best. CandyDev is an amazing Godot developer. He also works on stuff like bots and he's very, very smart. Very cool person. Or very cool. Canny is the name of its species. So anyway, check him out. Great times over on his stream. Let's get this over here. Currently is streaming, and Temptic is also streaming with are you streaming with Kenny? Collaborating? I think they are collaborating. Either that or it's only Panda. Sorcery Story kept going offline. Weird. I am currently lurking on her channel, but she was showing offline. So I didn't refresh. But I need to refresh her stream. All of these amazing, amazing developers in our community. So glad to see them. you. Let's do you there. Thank you so much, Dukasoft. And how about that, Dukasoft? Dang it, 28 seconds. I'll ask you again in 28 seconds. Okay, we got UI state. I forgot to inject it, so that was that error. And now we're gonna wait here until we see that it builds successfully so I don't start. Okay, waiting for the app to reload and just sit here for like 2 hours. Okay, so this is what I thought. We're trying to access JavaScript on the uninitialized, and the JS runtime is not available in that context. So we're going to change this over to on after render async. And only on first load. So I'm lazy. Yes, I know. Probably does make it a little bit less readable for new developers that don't know the syntax or just don't appreciate the ternary operators. But especially if you get smarter for every line of code that you write, and I delete a lot of code. So I don't know. You tell me. Does that make me dumber? Okay, this time I can actually see console, so I'm not worried about it not building. The lifecycle in Blazor is far less complicated and confusing than in web forms. Don't get me wrong. I still confuse myself with it. There's just less to be confused with. When I was using web forms back in 1862, it used to be based on naming convention for how handlers were set up. Then there was the introduction of, or maybe it existed before, but then I learned about using the handles keyword at the end of method declarations. And then it got easier with whatever it's called, the markup that allows you to define your callback in the markup. Not MVC, the XML style UI stuff. So like in WPF, where you can put whatever your callback thing is, the click or whatever, and then you point it to the thing that's going to handle it. XAML. Although maybe it's available on more than just XAML, but XAML is the thing that I was thinking of. Thank you. Shout out to Dukasoft before he gets another one in. Haha. So Dukasoft is an amazing, wonderful person. Best mod ever. Best non-bot bot. He is ever present on our stream when he can. There are times when he's not, which is absolutely okay. But when he does stream, it is drone footage that he has taken himself, edited himself, and put some music to. So his streams are all about that nice, chill, relaxing, camaraderie, friendly conversation. Just great times over on his stream. So follow him to know when he goes live. He doesn't stream very often, but when he does, it is worth your time, in my opinion. Check him out. We love our Dukasoft. We heart Dukasoft. Okay. I'm not seeing any errors in our console, so we are properly initializing. We're properly initializing our UI state. Part of our UI state initialize, which we saw because we got an error when it was trying to do it, was to find our dark mode value. We are not seeing the toast for dark mode meaning that it is actually finding the key for dark mode. We're getting the dark mode value, which is stored as a string, and we are parsing it as the actual dark mode value. And we're setting dark mode to either dark mode is not parsable, which means that dark mode is false, or actually, if dark mode is not parsable, we're defaulting to dark mode. If the value stored in dark mode is not parsable. Otherwise, we use the value that was stored in there last. Then we're setting our CSS. So this should be happening. Let's find out whether we are actually getting here or not. Cool. Liquid sky value is parsed as okay, so just a couple of console logs for us to take a look at. They should happen when we refresh. They should have happened by now. Are they only getting printed to the actual console then? Has anyone ever used trace? I'm wanting to get better at it. I think it's a way to be able to separate log messages and access them within the app. Yeah, this is very interesting. It didn't give me any of my console logs that I just added. What is trace in C#? Okay, so trace is a class that you get for free, and you can essentially set it up to have like channels, kind of like the way that you would set up a channel in Signal R. And when you trace.write, you can write to a specific channel, I think. I mean, that's how we used it in the previous job that I was in. Then in your UI, you could access your trace log and maybe have a debug window that you can pop up that has only the things you're currently tracing. Nlog has something like this. That sounds cool. Yeah, so you pretty much tell it what to write to. I didn't set it up, but I did use it and I really, really liked it. So I don't know the ins and outs of it, but I'd be interested in learning more on how to use it. It has different log levels. Yeah, so this is more like, it's not really the log syncs either. It's more like choosing event sources, I guess, when you're logging. So yeah, this is more like if I do trace.log or trace information, and I told it to trace to a specific yeah, I don't even know how he set it up. It was really cool, whatever it was. Trace to a specific dictionary key value, and then the rest comes like you show a UI that has only that filters by that value, so you only see those things versus just having everything dumped to console. So yeah, we're definitely not seeing any calls to the initialize or any console logs from initialize, which is weird because we definitely should be hitting it. So we're gonna go into full debug. See if we ever hit this. It opened over here. You don't get to see it. Okay, so we are at the login UI and we didn't hit UI state initializing, even though I'm pretty sure this would have run app.razor. Okay, that's the first thing that I want to know. Are we actually hitting app.razors on first render? This is one of those instances where someone made the very poignant, at least for our current situation, comment of using ternary operators makes it harder to debug, harder to set breakpoints when you're debugging. And so this is just proof of that. Return. So there, I got my intelligence back for writing this out longhand. Return. Except I stuttered a little. Oh, crap. Yeah, so at least when we get routed to the login page on after render async, lifecycle method of app.razor did not fire. Let me put a breakpoint there and there. After we log in and we get to the main UI, can't type it. Oh yes. Oh, this feels nice. Still no. Okay, interesting. So then my question is, are we using this app.razor at all? Because it could be possible that I am pointing our application start to an app.razor from pages. Which app are you? RTRAC Blazor Components app. That is absolutely this one here. So yes. Hey, internet. I like to separate instructions on different lines so I can debug more easily. So it's probably your statement. So I just validated it. Hope it helps a little. I need to ask the internet what? We were asking if life cycle, do life cycle methods get called in app.razor for .NET 8 Blazor web. I was hoping for an AI answer. Yeah, this one. Page layout on after render async life cycle. Tell me what your question is. Need some advice, guidance. I'm new at using Blazor. Trying to configure sort of auto logout function of my application. Ideas to have it spin up as a timer. Blah, blah, blah. Idea was to put it on after render async. Lifecycle method never fires. From what I understand, it's because that lifecycle event only fires for interactive components. So I can't really use that lifecycle method. Aha. Got it. Now, is that true? So let's follow this link. onAfterRender and onAfterRenderAsync are invoked after a component has rendered interactively and the UI has finished updating. For example, after elements are added to the DOM, element and component references are populated at this point. Use this stage to perform additional initialization, such as, was that a, oh no. Such as JavaScript interop calls that interact with the remembered DOM elements, synchronous method, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I like that it explicitly tells you the order that these get called, because I had a situation where I had a base class that I did protected override onAfterRender, and then, oh no, onAfterRenderAsync, and then in my inherited class, I was trying to use protected override void onAfterRender. And I was getting confused why things weren't acting the way that I wanted them to. So that's a good thought. They aren't invoked during pre-rendering or static server-side rendering on the server because those processes aren't attached to a live browser DOM and are already complete before the DOM is updated. Okay, so this is the situation where I kind of want to take the JavaScript approach that I'm doing in water management. So let's do that. I was hoping to figure out a different way, but since I've already solved this in another app and I want to move on, let's just use that application solution. Okay, water management used to be a desktop .NET Framework WinForms application, VB.NET WinForms application, and I have since turned it into a Blazor web application. Oh, and now I have an itchy nose. Oops. And the way that I handle dark mode in this application is, again, in my startup page, I have a script that says apply dark mode. And what this should ensure is that dark mode gets applied even before the main rendering happens. Is this the right class for me though? Am I using the same class names throughout all of the applications? And why was regex? Oh, because that was the last thing we did, a regex find and replace. Okay, so I am looking for verification that dark theme is the class that we need to be putting on body in order for the dark theme colors to take effect. So Thindle, if you are available to see, this is what I meant by using custom CSS properties, which a lot of people call CSS variables. Okay, so in my root, I have my basic color palette, the initial styles and stuff, and then I have a theme override that rewrites those variables. I'm calling them variables again because that's what you call them. So when I use these throughout the application, I can update their values in a specific element and it'll apply for that element and all of its child elements. So if I overwrite background dark, I am Groot. Oh, wrong Groot. I love it. So if I wanted to say everything, I don't know, I don't have a good example. If I'm in the CSS for nav menu and I want to redefine background dark only for nav menu, I do it right here. And I say background dark will always be pink or whatever. And then for any sub element, any child element from here on, it will have a background dark. If it uses the background dark custom property variable, then it will be updated to be pink, whatever I overwrote it to here. So I think your question was, how do I control the speed of the animation or the dismissing of your toast, I think. And the way that I would do that is my toast and color. Yeah. I do have an example of that, but my toast would have a container element, and that container would have all of these custom properties specified. So something like use, and you usually vendor prefix these. So like I've been using O1L, use toast timeout or whatever. And this will say, give me the value of O1L toast timeout. If that is not defined anywhere from this level or above, then default to 2 seconds or whatever time you want to use. Same with color. O1L use toast BG color is going to be this. Then toast color. Then when I am defining my nav menu in the UI, there are a few ways to do it. If they are, for example, parameters, which I saw yours were, parameter public int toast timeout. Yep, exactly. So you're accepting this parameter that will define your toast timeout in seconds. And for the container element, you would have your style that defines O1L toast timeout. Gets your timeout value. Toast timeout in seconds. And then you would essentially just chain a whole bunch of these together. Goodness me. So if you had your toast color property, then that would go next. O1L toast color, or whatever we called it, toast BG color. And that way, as you're controlling the parameter itself, your style attribute is updating, and that is changing immediately in the DOM. And what I typically do, by the way, if I start seeing that I'm accumulating a lot of custom properties in here, I just make that a read-only nav style arrows, and then I just define it here instead. Hello, 8-bits. Okay. Clean up, clean up, clean up, clean up, clean up, clean up. No. So Thindle says, nice, looks like a way better solution. It is a different solution. Up to you to decide whether it works for you or not. Just giving you an option. Then I'll have a look at this for my next project. Right now, this is in Get Her Out the Door. mode. Absolutely. Definitely understand. And your toes look really good, by the way. I mean, were you having your toes show up in the bottom right of the window? Because I think you were covering it most of the time that you were trying to show us. Like your camera was covering it. Yeah, that's fine. I'm not questioning your decision of where to put it. Yes, his toast. It was just that you were telling us to observe the functionality of the toast, and it was like, I see a thindle where he's zooming into. Yeah, I didn't mean to make it seem like I was questioning your choice of where to put this toast. I just wanted to actually see it. Cool. Very cool. Toast. I could have moved it to the top for the stream. Well, I mean, it still worked. I loved seeing your reaction to it because you were excited that it was working as good as it was, and I was excited for you being excited. It was great. Input, ow, brain, ow. Type number, min is 1,000. So you're doing it in milliseconds. What do you think about that max value? Is that max long? So Thindle greeted 8 bits and saying, doing well, thank you. How are you? And 8 bits responded with, well, might be a double message. Twitch said last message failed. Yeah, that happened a lot to me. I don't remember when, but it stopped happening as often, but it did happen a lot. Anyway, so it's the first time posting. Enjoying pixel art practice and crazy reptiles, pets climbing around the room. We love your... I'm not going to say that because that sounds dirty. Not that I haven't said anything dirty all day. But yeah, that's a slider, right? Were you the one showing it to us, Thindle? The best date time picker, or the implementations of things that shouldn't be implemented that way? And one of them was date of birth, and it was a slider or something. It was a slider that was you just slide the slider across and try to land directly on your date of birth. Anyway, oh man, my head is getting worse. Why? We're doing so good. We're getting a lot done. NES. I could have skipped the attribute, but at max value, at decimal.max value. Oh, it was decimal.max value, not long.max value. Dang, decimal.max value is massive. But it's just an absolute value if none other is defined. I could have skipped the attribute, but at max value, at decimal.max value seemed like a dumber solution. I kind of like at max value, and if that's null, decimal.max value. I don't mind it. Any ideas on how 1,000 separate in a number? Oh man, this one is difficult. So here's how water management does it. Where is my... Like, this is really dumb. I don't know if you want to use this one. Well, I guess let me show the window that it would appear in first. Provided it runs, because I don't even know if I have secrets set up for it. Don't. Give me 15 hours and I'll be right with you. Waterman. We're running this again. We'll see if we actually get the logon page. And if we do, then our secrets are set correctly. We do. All right. Let's get logged in. Phenomena. Gomenasai. Right. Update, please. Okay, so this is the application that's used to track water levels and such. This edit screen here has our input that shows the meter value with commas, same with total gallons, same with total minutes and all of those. But when you're entering the number, you aren't expected to use commas at all, and yet it still populates correctly. So that was done usando, what's the name of this component? You are called, that's not maintenance pages. This is, oh my gosh, what's the name of this component? Somebody help me. Data entry components, edit dialogues. So this one is specifically the adsorbers, and adsorbers are plant flow. Doesn't matter. So here is our input text. That's right, an input text. I would love to have had it still be an input number that we could use arrows and stuff to manipulate, but it's an input text. And we bind the value to our meter reading, which is a string. How many people are happy about that? And then on change, or on input, we update the meter reading, which does all of the maths that are needed to do over here. And then afterwards, we reset the update timer. What does the update timer do? The update timer updates the totals. Oh, right. And it's debounce. So if you're constantly typing numbers, then it'll do the maths later. But on change, how do you format? What was your format? How did I get it to format? Yeah, so here it is. I'm doing try parse the value that was typed in, because you can type text, and I'm getting rid of that. So I'm parsing it as along to validate that it is a numeric value, getting rid of the commas and stuff to make sure that it is a number. Then I'm setting the model's value, which is correctly set as a decimal, or this should be a long, but it's correctly set as a decimal because that's what it was in the database, to the value that we got back. Yeah, I know. I do too. So pretty much I'm using an input type text. And I'm formatting that to have the commas. And then I'm using the value that's input for that to update my actual model's value. Okay, but we are using the dark mode toggle logic from water management, which we did. So it should work now, right? I don't think we've run it since then. We should initialize the app with the most recent dark mode that the app was launched, or that was set in the app last time. How do I have so many of these? And there it is. We started off in dark mode, even our login screen. Then we log in. The thing that's going to be wrong is our dark mode toggle, which still needs to get updated in nav menu on after update. Survey, anyone using MVVM or MVP with Blazor? I think, according to James Montemagno and a little bit of Patrick God stuff, the pattern that I am following is loosely related to MVVM. But is MV with the lowercase VM a package or a library? And I don't know what MVP with Blazor is. And if anyone else has input on that, please do speak up. Model view presenter. I don't know that pattern. Or maybe I am using it, but I don't know that I'm using it. I'm not great with patterns. I purposefully stay ignorant of the names of patterns. I just do the thing that makes the most sense to me, which is probably bad developer thing. It's MVC, but for client applications. Okay, so yeah. I mean, yes-ish. The thing that I did really like was doing some of the ASP.NET web app. Man, sorry, these hiccups. ASP.NET Razor Pages patterns, techniques, is that what you call them? I don't know. Where you pretty much have a page model, and doing that with Blazor, where your page itself has a model and then you're essentially just using that model to display the information. So it truly is a view model at that point. Whereas most of the time I just add whatever properties I need. So instead of having all of these properties separate like this, they would all be inside of a page model for this load data page specifically. But I do kind of like that. But at the same time, it doesn't need to be done that way for my apps. Digsoft says, I use MVT, most valued Tyndall. Guys. Here's another quick blurb for Tyndall. So it's MVC for client applications, basically, where you don't want to use MVVM. I use MVT, most valued Tyndall. I'm looking at some JavaScript ways of doing this. I would also like to use MVT, but I doubt I could afford it. Nice. Okay, I think we're done with the dark mode toggler though, with the dark mode toggle logic. Oh, no, we're not. We need to get nav menu to do the thing. So nav menu on after render. Why isn't this working then? Interesting. So, oh, and I need to get rid of some console logs. Console right line. Nav menu, first render. UI state dark mode is. UI state dark mode enabled, I think is the name of my prop. Okay, let's figure out what's going on there. This one should give us something in our console. Or so we hope. McNett says, does MVVM work with Blazor? It's like, from what I hear, it is one of the best patterns to use with the Blazor app. Yeah, and so here we go. We are now seeing that the current value of dark mode enabled is false, which means that we are not updating our UI state by this point. So maybe we have our nav menu try to initialize UI state. I use it on WinUI and WPF, but I didn't notice it could be used in Blazor. MVVM was, DC Aggie says, MVVM was the default in early Blazor adoption, but it seems less popular now. Interesting. So what I do, and I don't know if this is how the pattern works, is I have a shared library that has all of my models that can be used either on the server or on the client. And then all of my database objects get turned into essentially these adapters, these DTOs, these view models, whatever you want to label them as, given their current use. And then those are the things that are used to drive the data that gets shown in the UI. So I think that's model view model, except that view models have logic in them, don't they? If I'm not mistaken. And all of my logic lives inside of a service class. So my service classes are the things that populate, that hydrate those models. VMs have no logic. Okay. Thank you so much for the follow. I do not show names on followers in case you just want to stay mysterious. I love mysterious. But you are absolutely welcome to join the conversation if you feel like it. JavaScript int to local string adds splitting. Cool. Locale string, sorry. And then DC Aggie says, or maybe de facto is a better word than default. It was there for free. VMs have no logic. President Not Sure says, I think it works better for VMs to be like controllers, just a dispatcher. So they have maybe methods that call the hydration methods that are performed by services. I don't know. For what I do anyway, says President Not Sure. Yeah. So all of my services are the things that hydrate the models themselves. My services have one interface definition here in shared. Maybe I set this one up separately. Maybe I don't even have interfaces in my RTRAC conversion. Oh, yes, I do. Okay, that was scary. I was like, I know I was using interfaces forever for all of my services. So my services have one single interface. Then depending on whether the application is running in WebAssembly or running on the client or running on the server, they have different implementations. If they're running on the client, then they use this HTTP client to do the HTTP request to a controller, an API controller listening on the server. As President Not Sure was saying, these are essentially just dispatcher controllers. I call them dumb controllers, where they forward whatever the request is to the server-side implementation of the given service, of the given method call. President Not Sure is saying, so they handle navigation and use services to do business logic. Yeah, and for me, the majority of my models are just POCOs. They very, very rarely have additional methods. They're just essentially property baskets, property bags. Okay, I need to figure out why. Oh, wait, I think it worked. Oh, wow. Interesting that takes that long to toggle. It waits for the authentication to be done, even though the initialize happens really quickly. I kind of want to just do the manual lookup using Blazor local storage. So UI state, how are you getting it? You're using local storage, local storage service, so we do have access to it. So in my nav menu, I should be able to ask for an local storage service. Oops. I know what I'm doing. No, I don't. Don't trust him. He has no idea what he's doing. He's just kind of poking around and acting like he knows how to program, but he just makes AI do everything for him, so he's dumb. Okay, what I think I would prefer to do is have my update toggle manipulate this manually. So update will first get local storage from, or get the dark mode value from local storage and use that here. Oh, and I guess I may as well do it in here. Are you, oh, right. And then we need to parse it. You're not nullable, right? Yeah, you are. If string dark mode, I'm gonna call you dark mode stir. Okay, so this should update immediately. It doesn't. Mother truck. Mother of butter. Oh, because I'm waiting for UI state to initialize first now. And now that I'm not depending on UI state in order to get the toggle, we don't have to wait for UI state to initialize. We can do them both at the same time. Okay, so what do you say now? As soon as you load, this should toggle. Like as soon as this renders, it should toggle this to the correct value. Here we go. Refresh. Didn't happen. Son of a biscuit. All right, I want to catch up on chat because this is a great conversation. President Not Sure is saying, so they handle navigation and use services to do business logic. These are the view models, repositories for any DB stuff, and so on. Perhaps the latter is only used by services, that sort of thing. I wish I had rewritten this app to have smarter entities because how they behave for any given operation. Oh, later's McNuts. Ciao for now. I lost my place, aka for any given operation, aka UI actions such as invoking a command, pushing buttons, just tell the entities about that operation because each entity needs to handle these operations differently. That is kind of, it makes my head tilt. Not in the bad idea kind of way, I didn't get it. I'm slow. I messed that up. But whatever, that's, oh, okay. Bad at sentences, question mark. Hire that folk as a developer. Who posted it in our Discord, the the meme about PMs? That was just mean and funny and correct and wrong. I don't know which channel it was in either. Whatever. Maybe it wasn't even our stream. IUI theme mode, Brandon, equals new dark mode. Did you see that? That's a thing. Because Broken Sword's cousin, was it his cousin? Do you remember which one was Tommy? Was that one Epic Tickle, or was Tommy someone else? Anyway, we still have some variables in the work product that have references to some of our streamers. This probably I want to happen here, and I also want it to be if any, task when any, so that this one can also run fairly quickly. So maybe we are getting stuck here on first render as well. Okay, come on, you can do it. Nope. I'm expecting to see that toggle change to the correct value immediately. What is a PM? Someone who thinks if a woman can give birth in 9 months, then surely 2 could do it in 4.5 months. And then the IUI theme mode Brandon is a silly, dark Brandon joke. I don't know what that means. Any thoughts on why this thing isn't toggling immediately? Is it possible that this menu that I'm loading first is not the same nav menu? Component. That wouldn't make sense because the only difference between what's here is that none of these role-specific menus are displayed when we're still loading, when we're still authorizing. So why then isn't this being treated? Yeah, did you see that? It really did show up before the user validation stuff happened. Ask AI, assuming your work code is something you're allowed to disclose to AI. I could, but like this one would be hard for me to pose because I have too much logic in here. Do I? Is it also possible that I need to do a state has changed? I am. And again, the reason I'm using invoke async here is because this could potentially be called from an event callback action or event func of task, which happens here. No, not there. Happens. You saw where I did it earlier on state change, handle state change. It happens here. So this is fired from a event.invoke, which means that we might not necessarily be running on the UI thread by the time we call update dark mode toggle. So we need to switch to the UI thread and do state is changed. Wait, no. Are you calling us AI? Maybe. Maybe. DC Aggie said, I assume so since we get to see it. Yeah, so I definitely, as I mentioned before, I'm okay with asking AI to look at it. In this case, I think it would just take a little bit of setup for me to provide the parts of the code that I think are necessary for this thing to answer me, to riddle me this. Okay, let's see the order of these calls. Should we call this rubber AI or AI ducking? Rubber AI ducking. Let's just combine it all. Okay, nothing yet. And we see that the nav menu is clearly loaded by now. Then, before the authentication state provider finishes doing its thing to tell the application that we're authorized, it did do the on after render async, the initialize UI, the update dark mode toggle, and then it went through this only once. And then it called it again after it had finished re-rendering. Or no, this is probably from the state has changed, handle state changed. So that would be here. I kind of want to see that just to know that this is the order that things are happening. I'm going to do some pair programming at the top of the hour with a coworker who broke a bunch of stuff in production yesterday and left it to me to clean up. Wish me luck. Best of luck, DC Aggie. You've got this. You're going to clean it all up. You're going to be like, here are the things that you should consider when making changes. So yes, this is the update dark mode toggle from handle state changed. It's faster than it was, and it is set to the right value. And if I toggle it off, the first click actually does toggle off. If I leave it off and I refresh the application, it stays off. The only thing that I'm concerned about is let's refresh the application and try to toggle it immediately. It's not available to toggle, and it did toggle after some time, but reset on this call. I doubt the user is going to do that, but it's entirely possible. Again, this is not used by anyone yet, but not used by many people, or not going to be used by many people in the long run. Maybe four people. Okay, so I'm just going to clean up all of these console logs. And we're going to call it good. UI state, initialize. Not UI state initialize? Oh, that was user state. So blind. AI quacking. Okay. Since I wrap this up, we're going to do the commit. We're going to do the PR. I will take a quick break afterwards, and then we will do the next thing that I said we're going to do, which is to get the lab toggle to do what it's supposed to do. The other thing that happens is because I'm setting the body attribute, the class attribute on body after using JavaScript, when I make a change and hot reload applies, it removes the class from the body. And so what I had done, and I'm going to go ahead and do it now because it's part of the dark mode toggle. What I have done is I just put a listener on here. If debug, I think I need to do them in two separate. Okay, so in if debug, I just put them all the way back. Just go over there. Go over there. If we're in debug, then I want to render the rules for if setting a timeout. And the way that we do set timeout, oh, I guess it goes up there. I'm trying to do this off the top of my head because, again, it's one of those things where, yes, I am using AI more often, but I still want to test my own knowledge and remembering. We do set timeout. Apply dark mode. So we're essentially, oh, why did you give me that template? We just want the callback. We're setting timeout, and we're going to call apply dark mode every 1000 milliseconds, essentially. And every time that we call it, we reset the timeout so that we're constantly checking for, did the class get removed from the body? So once we're done getting everything updated here, like so, like, oh, come on. While we're waiting for that, DC Aggie said, yesterday's lessons, and I did drink water, I hope you saw it, Dukasoft. Yesterday's lessons, when someone asks you if your system will mind if they remove packages from Oracle, 1, the correct answers are, let me look into that, or, dear Allah, don't do that. An immediate no problem, and an immediate no problem is never the right answer. And 2, reason they are asking you is they did a dependency check and saw a lot of things with your name on it. That sounds terrible. How about this? At AI request, write code here that does XY. Is that a thing? But yeah, something is happening to where it's it has broken my ability to process anything. Yeah, so what I think is happening is that the UI thread is getting locked up. I don't really remember what it was that I did before. And it's hard for me to think right now because, as Dukasoft pointed out, bladderful. So I am going to take that quick break. Unless there's something else going on that's preventing my authentication to finish. Something else is happening. When did this happen? My authentication is not completing. Oh, 3. We're going to troubleshoot this. Oh, when I get back, I'll be right back. Enjoy the music. Unless you happen to be caught in an ad. Oh, I got lost. Hey, did it actually work, Dukasoft? You know what? It probably is working, but you can't see it. Or were you able to see it? You are able to see it. What? How does that work? Did I already update the... Yeah, I did. It's using Angie. Okay. Awesome. Well, I am back. I got lost. I almost fell in the bathtub. Who pees in their bathtub? It's terrible. Stop talking about stuff like that. You can. Shoot. 100. Shoot. No, we don't have audio from it though. Shoot. 2.78. That was not 7.8, but whatever. I was not expecting that. I may have missed a 0 in there somewhere. Thank you. Oh my gosh. My goodness. Ew. I hit the target. That was my last try. That's all I get. I don't even get the score. What a meanie. Okay, so something happened just before I took that quick break where we're no longer finishing the authentication stuff. And all I did was remove the console logs. So why exactly is that happening suddenly? Let's see if there's any errors in our console. None. And it just finished with all of the auth stuff, but it did not load. What? Wait, no, is that what's happening? Is there something actually going on with my network connection? That's entirely possible, DC Aggie. I haven't dropped any frames. Oh. Are you trying to stream at a higher bit rate? So remember, this is a pretty much fresh install of everything. And I don't remember going in and changing my bit rate. Did it move? Maximum streaming bandwidth is currently set to audio because of enhanced broadcasting, and I can't change it while the stream is going. Don't know Twitch, but I'm not using the official player. You are the official player. Dukasoft said he hadn't noticed, but Dukasoft is probably watching me on cassette tape size. Yeah, I can't change my bitrate if that is what's affecting it, but this is the highest number that I've seen on OBS. Can I hide the preview so that it doesn't do the infinite mirror effect? I don't know. We're just going to do infinite mirror effect for a second. But this number here is much, much higher. Like anytime on Angie this number went over 6,000, you guys indicated that there was some video lag and stuff. And it's at 10,000. It was at 14,000 earlier. So very, very curious. And it's like, this looks like, it doesn't look like the bitrate anymore, like the actual video bitrate. This looks like my upload speed for the stream, which could be the same thing. I don't know. I don't know that. I don't know anything ever. Okay. I'm just a guy standing here wanting to hang out with you. Talk tech. Okay, so I'm going to bring back the thing that I took away, which was that set timeout thing. And see if that breaks the thing again. Metric bytes have 10 bits. Sorry, I'm talking kibabits, okay? Kibabits. Kibabits and gigabits. Plusser says, random question, you worked with... You enter. Please forgive my inability to read. I don't mean to misrepresent what you're asking. Have you ever worked with IP cameras? Kind of. So I have used my phone as an IP camera. Oh, wait. Yes. Back in Fort Leonard Wood. Back in, gosh, that must have been the early 70s. Maybe 60s. Yeah, I think it was 1863, if I'm recalling correctly. There was someone that I worked with that was having issues with their IP camera setup. I really don't understand the software that you get with IP cameras. It seems overly convoluted. But what portions of IP cameras are you asking about specifically? Okay, it actually worked, which hopefully means that we are getting the set timeout working. We can test that by making a quick change to some code somewhere. Console write line. Handle files added. Save. We should see the screen flash to light mode because class dark is going to disappear once hot reload works. Once hot reload works. There. And then after 1 second, we should reapply dark mode. We didn't reapply dark mode. Because this is not inside of apply dark mode. Child. Pay attention, child. Let's try that again. Okay, once it's done loading. Okay, that is probably the thing that broke the authentication. So putting it inside of this method means that it's going to constantly be setting apply dark mode every second. Which I want it to do though. Or maybe I'm just writing it incorrectly. I don't know. Okay, so we're going to leave it off for now. We'll just deal with the app going to light mode. It just worked. Did you see it just work? We'll deal with the app going to light mode every single time that I save a change and it does hot reload, and then I just got to toggle Back to dark mode. Okay. Plus is saying I received 2 IP cameras alongside an NVR, network video recorder, I'm gonna guess. Wondering if I can skip the NVR and plug them into my Pi directly, but couldn't find any concrete information. IP cameras. Does that hurt? Asked Yukasoft. Only hurts when they come from the kidney. Okay. My assumption is that anything that will get an IP address would have some way to access the feed for it. However, the feed might be encoded in some way that can only be decoded by your NVR, DVR, your recorder. So if they wanted to be rude enough to say you aren't allowed to access the camera feeds directly via IP and you have to decode it using special codecs that only works with our devices, then you're kind of stuck there. So what we could do is help you research that information, or maybe I gave you enough information on that you'd be able to do some research on what to look for. Just check to see if there is any special encoding that you need. Something that you could try is just get your camera hooked up to your network and then use, I think it's kind of easy to access your camera using JavaScript. I can't fully remember. Let's see if I have a sample of that on GitHub. I'm sure you can just easily find something on the interwebs for accessing your camera. Camera view, JS interrupt, camera view, JS interrupt. Okay, so here's old code. I don't know if it works. I don't know if it still works, but here's something that you could use as an example for JavaScript interrupt. And then the other thing that you would need from here is the associated JavaScript file that will tell you how to get your camera feeds. But this has to do with connected cameras. So this won't help you as much. You'd have to find a way to use VLC. Maybe that'll work. VLC, is that what it's called? VLC. It's free, and I think you just point it to an address, an IP address, and see if you can access the feed that way. So DC Aggie, the way that you put it makes it sound like we should have known that already existed. And why is this HTTP and not HTTPS? I don't like HTTP. Insect cam. Kind of sounds like insecure camera. So yeah, don't use this site. I'm not even going to endorse this site at all. Don't even navigate to it. Because insecure. I already feel dirty going there, and yeah, now I'm going to have even more anxiety over that. I already feel like I'm being attacked. I don't need anything else to make me feel like I'm a target. All right, so Thindle is back with some information about what he did to get the commas to show up. Input text, convert to number, set text in backing field, not the display field, to iValue.toString using N0, current culture, get culture, or sorry, culture info, get culture info, Swedish. Dansk. Svenska. sweet tish culture. Not displayed equals not the property directly on the backing field. But yeah, check out VLC. It is a free video application that will allow you to connect to LAN devices and stream from LAN devices. I used it for my HoloLens when I was actively trying to do stuff with the HoloLens, and it works really, really good. It has very little lag. And yeah, did what it said it was going to do. But again, that's just to verify whether or not you have access to the video feed of your IP camera. Working with it is going to be a different story. So trying to use the camera itself in an app is going to be a different story. But at least you'll know you have access to the feed. Okay. What else? What else? That's it. Okay, so we're going to call this done. We're going to call it good. We're not going to do the keep listening or keep doing the set timeout. Let's do the commit. Let's do the PR. So fixed restoring dark mode value on first nav. Right, and push. All right, DC Aggie, arigato gozaimasu for being here. Oof. Mouse, where's my mouse? How's that song for getting stuck in your head, Thindle? Instead of the other one. You're evil, mate. Why? That one is great. That one is a fantastic song. I would have thought that you would have been happy about that one. And I mean that sincerely. Space. The final frontier. These are the voyages of the Starship Enterprise. Its mission: seek out new life and new formations, or something like that. I'm already forgetting it. It's starting to hurt my head trying to remember. Okay. So yeah, if you do run into anything plus and you want to ask more about it, feel free to ask in Discord. And then of course, tomorrow is Community Day, where we open up the floor to doing research on stuff like this, or talking about apps that you're working on, even if it's just to tell us what you've done with the application that you're doing. We would love to hear from you. Okay, this is Waterman. This is research. We're done with all that, so no worries. Thanks for the info. No worries from me. It means no, this is not Big Gamey's channel. We do not have sound alerts like that here. We have others. Cute. Cute. Pull request is what I'm looking for. I didn't actually push. Yes, I did. Excuse me. This is the Blazor component library. You know, I think my TV upstairs. So I have a Fire Stick on the TV upstairs since it's not as smart a TV as smart TVs go. Um, so I put a Fire Stick on it that I got for free with something. When did I get that? Oh, we got it from Sajetti. Sajetti, one of the welcome things, I think, at the time was a Fire Stick. So I got it a free Fire Stick. Um, anyway, so I have Disney Plus on it, and I started watching Mufasa 2 for my cooking dinner show. So what I normally do is after my workday, after or at 3:30, around 3:30, I go upstairs and I start preparing dinner. And while I prepare dinner, I usually watch a show or a movie or part of it at least for the duration of me cooking. And then I turn it off after I'm done cooking, eat with my wife, we come down here, we hang out. Anyway, so I started watching Mufasa. I said Mufasa too, didn't I? The Mufasa movie, which was Lion King live action part two. And I wasn't really enjoying it. Like, Lion King was one of my favorite movies growing up. I didn't necessarily love the live action remake, but I do appreciate good graphics and well done graphics. So I was able to find something that I enjoyed by watching it. However, partway through watching Mufasa, it just froze on me. And now, when I load the Disney app, like I tried to watch it on the next day when I was cooking, and I was like, maybe it just needed to be restarted or something. The TV needed to be restarted. So I played the movie. I started the movie, and it froze on the same scene. So it went back a couple seconds and then froze on the same scene. And I'm like, okay, that's odd. So then I switched over to Netflix, and now I'm watching Devil May Cry because I didn't even realize that Devil May Cry had come out. So I'm watching Devil May Cry. And then the next day, I'm like, okay, maybe if I uninstall Disney, reinstall it, it'll be fine. So I uninstalled it, reinstalled it, and tried to load Mufasa. And same thing happened again. I turned on a different show on Disney Channel, and it played just fine. So it's only Mufasa. So my TV's like, you're not even enjoying this. You don't want to watch it, and I don't want to play it for you. I'm like, that's rude. I still respect them enough to finish the movie. I do love the graphics in it. Yeah, Dukasoft's like, it didn't connect with me. And I mean, I'm just gonna blame it on being older, but I can find enjoyment in a lot of things pretty easily. Love the original Lion King. Yeah, I didn't even like Lion King 2 or whatever that one was called. Kimba, which I think Kimba is just the original Lion King, and Lion King was based off of it, or I honestly don't know the story there, but there's a thing. There's a thing. And the thing that I did appreciate about Mufasa is that they had the albino lions fighting off the regular lions. Okay. We just did a PR and approved it. I wasn't paying attention, which is terrible. Don't do PRs under the influence of distraction. And I recommend. And we're going to take a look at, I don't know how far we're going to get. I've been doing a lot of talking, so I know that I'm going to get far with it after we're done with this, but we're going to take a look at what might be going on when we change the lab. And that's going to be in the top bar, except I don't know that I called it top bar in this app. I don't know what I called anything. So yeah, normally I would turn this entire top bar into its own component. And we would do stuff like handle toggle menu. I'm not going to worry about that at the moment. I did a pool. We see that it is, well, you can barely see it, but I can see that it is deleted from the upstream, meaning I can delete my local version because I know it's committed to main. I've already pulled latest main, and we're going to create a branch for fixing lab toggle. So this lab toggle is brand new. Since we only have one lab that has, or since we had only had, since up until recently, only one lab was doing all of the analyses and giving us results back, we didn't really have to worry about a user belonging to multiple labs. The other thing that's happening is that regardless of if it was multiple labs, because in the past it was multiple labs doing the analyses for us and giving us the results back, each user would only belong to one lab. But now the person that has been uploading our new lab results that come from other labs is one of our employees. And so what I did is I essentially gave them access to all of the lab codes that they need. And by lab code, I mean, it's just a 2-character designator for a lab. Oh, come on. A 2-character designator for that indicates which laboratory the results are from. And I'm creating a toggle that will let the current user, if they have multiple labs, choose which lab they want to see the information for. And right now in our test data, we have about 3 different lab codes, and I have access to all 3 of those lab codes. We probably want to come up with a different way to do this. Like maybe it'll be role-based, but right now there's a database that has accesses essentially that says you have access to this lab code and this lab code and this lab code. So this is that lab code toggle. And something like the record check. Something like the record check shows the lab lots for hopefully eventually the selected lab code. And I know that there are lab AR records in the test database, because if we go to RTRAC, test RTRAC, and we go to record check, then we will see that there are AR, EF, and TT. I'm just going to get rid of all these windows. Okay, so what I want to happen, what I want to investigate and get working is when this changes, it should change globally for the application, and everything that's listening to it should update and get the correct information. I'm not seeing any calls happen when I changed the lab code, which is telling me, I need to scoot this, well, I'll just make the window smaller, which is telling me that the lab code change is not being controlled by state. I could be wrong, but let's take a look. Oh, there is a service call being done somewhere, because I just saw this update. Oops, except that I was scrolled up, so we didn't see it that time. Yeah, okay, so there is some kind of database call happening. The thing that I see is we're looking for records for AR, EF, and TT for my username. And the status is I. So that's got to be the records check page. And this call, it's hard to tell whether it's happening multiple times or not. So that is properly indicating that something needs to do a request, but we aren't necessarily requesting the right information. using the right filters. So that's going to be the very best. Is it roll picker? No, lab picker. It's got to be lab picker, right? Right. Right. Okay, this most likely has a code behind file. And why I left this on here, I cannot tell you. I made a lot of decisions in this app that, oh, I really, really don't understand. Like all of my state classes are just being state classes themselves. Implementations. Ow. What I have been doing as of late is using an interface instead. Why are you telling me that user state already exists? I just removed it from here. It does not exist. You're lying to me. Lion? Did you say lion? Yeah, and here's that whole exclamation point thing and question marks. You really do not. Okay. Ambiguity between lab picker user state and lab picker user state. But code. I removed the injection of user state from the main component. You should catch up. You're a little behind the times. You're living in the past, Father. This is the 14th century. Probably completely misquoted that and made a lot of you unhappy. I'm terrible at quoting things. I really shouldn't ever do it. Ever. Okay, what changes did I make? Okay, I was just making sure that it built and ran. So we should be subscribing to, oh, interesting. So our lab picker subscribes to itself very interesting. Our lab picker subscribes to its underlying state, the thing that it changes, and refreshes itself. Probably because if I change the lab somewhere else in the application, I wanted it to reflect up here in the lab picker. I guess that makes sense. Maybe in user state.initialize, because I most likely store the most recent lab selected in local storage. So last active lab is definitely stored in local storage. That gets updated every time that I change it here. When I load the application, I probably restore the last active lab, and I want this to reflect the last active lab and not just be on its default. Makes sense. All right. This set active lab is going to be where we find the event that gets raised, which is most likely going to be this on active lab changed. That other thing should be subscribed to. Notify active lab changed. On active lab changed, invoke active lab. Very good. And who is subscribed to you? We got, what page are we on? Record check. We have record check subscribing to it here. We say handle active lab changed. We say get lab lot list, which is why we see database stuff happening, but we're not passing anything to it. We're just saying, hey, service, give us all of the active labs, or give us all of the record check lots with no filter. Gefilte fish. And Just so that anyone who hasn't seen this approach that I like to take, and maybe you have a better way of doing it that you can suggest, or maybe you like the way that I do it and you want to adopt it. This TRN service is the thing that handles everything to do with transfer files, with TRNs, with lab lot combinations, with their lab results and all of that stuff. And when I call this, if I'm running on the client, it will use the dependency injection client version, client implementation of this, which simply does a GET request. A HTTP GET to my API. That hits my server's controller, API controller for TRN controller. Yeah, API/TRN. So TRN controller / record check. And record check is a HTTP GET, so we should be able to find it here. And that simply forwards the request to the server-side implementation. Since that call was happening on the server, we got dependency injected a server-side implementation of this. That does the actual database queries and then returns that as a response object. So I almost always return 200 OK. It's the response object itself that would indicate whether there was a failure or not. If I get anything other than 200, it's most likely going to be a 404, 401, or 500. And we hope not to see 500s because that just means that there's a server issue that I didn't handle properly. So we're assuming that none of those status messages are going to be returned. Ow, headache. Oh my gosh. Sorry about that. But it's here where we aren't doing anything as far as filtering the lab lots. Kenny is too found, and we're going to rate him soon. Oh, but that looks like 1404 because his prefix on his emotes. Yeah, ow. So whatever that was that just burned through the left side of my skull and burrowed its way in and is now throbbing, that took away all thought. That really hurt. Okay. I'm not even getting an aura or anything. It just hit me. So point is, we are not filtering this based on the selected lab or anything. We're returning all of the records, which is very odd because it doesn't look like we're getting all of the records. Again, same database, same set of records that should be returned is not happening here. So if we check our network for the request to TRN/record check, we will see that we're only getting 2 records back. How is that even possible? Get distinct lab lots, order by lab, order by lot. We aren't even filtering it. Oh, imported TRN query, user. If user is in role intermediate, which this one is, we are enter. We are not final. We are not preliminary. We're doing a lot of null forgiveness stuff here, which is kind of annoying. Context table lookup username. We get all of the labs for the given user. I wish I could show you this table, but it is entirely possible. No, it's got to be giving us all of them back. We saw it in console. We can see the query here. And the query says, we're looking for where the lab is in AR, EF, or TT. What are the possibility? What is the possibility that the lab is actually AR underscore? Because our lab, or there's a space after, because our lab is a max 3 character value. And this is an MVC application, so I'm not going to see the query that gets run for this or the result that gets sent back from the server. I'm just going to see the page itself. Where's this list? Interesting. Okay, where's this list? Can I see your underlying values? Yeah, so if you see here, you can see that there is an extra. No, that's not an extra space. That looked like 2 spaces to me. Never mind. It's gotta be May. I need to look this up in the actual database to see what lab values it has. I mean, I can do it here too. But we definitely know that my user is assigned to those 3 labs. But you can see here that the RMAED lab value is that 2 character code underscore. And this is where it shows that extra space after the lab code. I am crazy, dagnabbit. Okay, so I just need to do some poking around to find out in the database, in this query specifically, which I would do here on stream. I have no problem inspecting the query and all. Checking what kind of records are in the database. So specifically, this database would be the imported TRN query table, and see what kind of labs are populated in there. But that one is on the test server. But that's going to be it for today, though. It's been amazing hanging out with you. I really appreciate you being here. Had a blast. Had a fun time with you. I'm going to read off Plus's message because Plus came back with some new information. Ooh, I found the vendor and installed their software to change the camera IP. And then I had to install some of their proprietary software that runs in the background in order to open the camera admin interface in the browser. Yikes. You, Findle, are amazing. I am just an echo, a mere shadow of your amazingness. But yeah, so that does sound kind of scary, but I mean, that's how it was done. And that's what I don't understand about IP cameras. It's like, I have devices that are just regular cameras and stuff that are on networked computers, and I can just expose the feed for them. But I don't know how to do it with just a device that was intended to be a networked camera. Like, we have a doorbell camera, but that is integrated into our security system. So I don't know. Maybe there's a way for me to access it directly. Maybe not. Who knows? Okay, but that is it. I've seen the eminence in Shadow. Shadow is pretty amazing. Shadow is fantastic. I love Shadow. Especially if you guys get to hear about Angie, if I get to share that first chapter, that story of the story with you, first 2 chapters even, I think you'll fall in love with Angie. I think you'll be like, why aren't you streaming on that computer anymore, on Angie anymore? He's really cool. I want him to be around more often. like you gotta wait for Thyrovius's scenes, which I don't even know if you're gonna like Thyrovius, but he's still cool too. All of the characters are cool. Dang it. Um, anyway, what is he even talking about? I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your day. I will be back again tomorrow for Community Day at 10:30 a.m. So the latter time down here, which I'm still UTC -6 if you're interested to know what that translates to your time. This is what time it is now, and this will be 3 hours before now, tomorrow. And that's when we'll have Community Day. We'll have discussions surrounding whatever topics you bring up. It kind of sounds like the topic of AI is still pretty good. So if no other topics come up, I will push that topic because I enjoy hearing your opinions about it. And I'm just mostly doing it to make it more comfortable to talk about and just not be as taboo of a thing. And not in a way that's disrespecting the people who are affected by the negative aspects of what AI has done to the industry. Yeah, okay. So I'm going to /raid canny dev. Thindle is going to run over to the store and get something to Noms and chocolate. Isn't chocolate something to Noms also? But mostly something to Nom. Nom, 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 nom. I wonder, oh, I don't even have the squirrel in this scene. Aw, that would have been cool. I should get the squirrel in this scene and have it be right here. Big squirrel. Nums will be more in the actual food TV dinner category. So like s'mores, got it. Okay, thank you for clarifying. So we will be rating out to Candy Dev. I'll be back again tomorrow, 10:30 a.m. Mountain Time, which is UTC -6 currently. We'll have great and fantastic discussions. I won't show any work product stuff tomorrow. We'll be probably playing with the bot, trying to see if we can speed up this thing with the bot not responding fast over our internal network connection or whatever. Feel free to join us on Discord. All of my videos get posted to YouTube. Is my bot just... How does exclamation point YouTube not work when the exclamation point Discord worked? Same bot. You can do it, Dicksoft. I don't know. Very weird. But it's at 11D Lions. Check it out if you feel like it. And yeah, we'll find out whether we'll do the rest of the workday tomorrow after the stream, but most likely not still. Thank you for printing it manually. Okay, timer's counting down. Ciao for now.